Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the February 4th, 2026 North Carolina State Board of Education meeting. I'm Eric Davis, Chair of the Board, and I call this meeting to order. Delighted to welcome board members and advisors, staff, on-site visitors, and online listeners, and social media followers. Please note that you can follow the State Board of Education on its social media platforms at edstateboard_NC, and you can follow the meeting online and see all the materials by going to SBE meetings at www.dpi.nc.gov. I'm also delighted to welcome our new General Counsel, Ms. Tiffany Lucas. Tiffany, we're delighted to have you on the team. Please join me in welcoming. Before we begin today's agenda, I want to ground our work in the significance of this month, February, Black History Month. And for those of us charged with stewarding the public education in North Carolina, this is not an abstract observance. Our system of public schools exists in large measure because during Reconstruction, formerly enslaved people and the state's first Black legislators demanded the right to education be written into our state's constitution. And so it is. Public education in this state was not created as a convenience. It was created as a moral commitment and a democratic necessity born out of struggle and hope. Black History Month is often misunderstood as a time to compress African American history into 4 short weeks. In truth, it's an invitation to do the opposite, to recognize that Black history is foundational to our shared history and should be reflected in what students learn in every month of the year. It's also a moment to be honest about where we have made progress and where more progress is needed. Research shows that while our student population has grown more diverse, North Carolina schools today are more racially segregated than they were in the late 1980s, with increasing concentrations of poverty and isolation that directly affect opportunity and outcomes for students. That reality reminds us that access to education has always been contested and that justice requires constant and deliberate progress. That history brings us directly to the moment we're in today. The challenge before us is not whether education matters. We know it does, but whether we're willing to dedicate the resources at the level our students, educators, and school leaders need for the benefit of every North Carolinian in a rapidly changing landscape. Our public schools are educating students with more complex academic, social, and mental health needs, while our economy and society are placing increasing demands and expectations upon all of our students, while operating in a state that continues to underinvest relative to the scale of these demands. Against that backdrop, the legislative priorities that our state superintendent will present today are not simply requests for funding or policy changes. They are opportunities for the General Assembly to partner with this board and the state superintendent in fulfilling our shared constitutional responsibilities to all North Carolinians. Our partnership opportunities are grounded in research and successfully proven student-centered strategies. Investments in educator pay and advanced teaching roles directly increase, especially in high poverty and hard-to-staff schools, student access to experienced and effective teachers. Expanding literacy supports and math screeners strengthens early and sustained academic foundations. Funding for school health personnel, mental health supports, and nutrition ensures that students are ready to learn as they come through our doors. And addressing school construction and technology needs recognizes that safe, modern learning environments are not luxuries. They are prerequisites for student success. Each of these priorities reflects a simple truth. When we support educators and school leaders, students benefit. In fact, we all benefit from these investments. Black History Month reminds us that public education in North Carolina has always been more about more than systems and budgets. It's about dignity, opportunity, and the belief that each and every child's future matters to every one of us. The leaders who fought to establish public education did so with limited resources, but with a limitless vision. They probably even dared to be the best in the United States by 2030. Today, our responsibility is to match that vision with action, and as we consider today's agenda, including our legislative priorities, I trust that we will do so in the spirit of partnership and purpose, committed to strengthening the terrific public schools that will remain one of the most powerful engines of opportunity in the state that we all love. So finally, I also want to thank our district and charter leaders who are joining us today because you are delivering on the front lines this constitutional responsibility. If you're present, would you please stand and remain standing while we recognize this terrific group of leaders? Dr. Jason Atkinson of Bladen County Schools, Dr. Brad Breedlove of Pender County Schools, Dr. Stephen Gainey of Randolph County Schools, Dr. Keith Parker, Elizabeth City Pasquotank Schools, Dr. David Pierce, Johnston County Schools, Dr. Melanie Shaver of Hyde County Schools, and Dr. Rodney Shotwell of Lexington City Schools. Please join me in thanking these leaders. And for our visitors and those listening online, today's agenda involves our board discussions on agenda items, and tomorrow's agenda is the official meeting date when we will consider our action items. Board members, you're reminded it's our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of this board. Does any member of the board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Colleagues, you received the agenda and had the opportunity to review it. I ask if there are any requests for changes to the agenda. Hearing none, I request a motion to approve the February 4th and 5th, 2026 North Carolina State Board of Education meeting agenda.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Blackburn. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Keenan. Any discussion? Mr. Fafaria.
Dr. Oxendine,
Yes.
Ms. Kamnitz,
Yes.
Mr. Keenan, Mr. Hall, Dr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Blackburn,
Yes.
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
Treasurer Briner, Lieutenant Governor Hunt, Vice Chair Duncan,
Yes.
Chair Davis.
Yes, motion carries. We have an agenda. First item up is the Student Learning and Achievement Committee led by Ms. Jill Kamnitz. Ms. Kamnitz.
Thank you, Chair Davis. Dr. Olivia Oxendine and I share the responsibility for the work of this committee. And actually, we have the best start to our meeting today. We are going to hear an item of new business, and it is basically a review of what's happening in career and technical education and credential data. I feel like we should have something to celebrate this with, but let's hear first from Mr. Michael, and maybe we'll give it a little cheer at the end.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in Raleigh in person today. And thank you for having us and giving us a little bit of time. We've got some great information for you today. Well, any great discussion on CTE, or what is really called career and technical education, should start with an emphasis on the word career. Our mission is to make sure that each and every child has an opportunity to explore courses aligned to future career aspirations. CTE has been around for over 100 years. Hard to believe, isn't it? 100 years. I often see social media posts about why we don't have voc ed, shop class, home ec, you know what I'm talking about, in our public schools any longer. I take those as opportunities to share the great news that none of those programs are gone. They have been re-envisioned and significantly upgraded to meet the demands of the new world of work. My goal for this presentation is to help us all know a little bit more about CTE and how we are preparing and launching life-ready graduates. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by providing an overview of CTE, present some data on credential attainment, and then recognize some of our amazing districts doing great work for students. Very quickly, the alignment to the strategic plan here before you. This is directly tied to preparing each student for the next phase in life, which is something we can all aspire to as educators. So I'd like to start off just saying that we are very excited to share that North Carolina has risen to number 3 nationally in terms of CTE participants. Yes, thank you. Now, this does not account for students to take more than one CTE class in a year. This is the number of unique CTE participants. Of course, we'd like to be number 1. I am a little competitive. I'd love to be number 1, but I've got to put some perspective out there. Texas is number 1 currently, 1.9 million participants. That's a lofty goal. Few more years, few more people move to this state. We'll get there, right? California is number 2. They have 676,000 participants. Now that is something we can aim for, and I think we can get there by 2030. Next slide, please. When we consider participation relative to K-12 enrollment, we are number 2 nationally. We're slightly behind Nebraska, and Mr. Coltrane's been helping me work on some numbers. We may have an update for you on that here in a little while. I don't think we caught Nebraska yet, but we are closing that gap, and that's great to see. Great data so far. North Carolina is doing some great and amazing things. So I want to share a little bit about our Perkins legislation with you. Currently, we are under Perkins 5. It is just about 6 years old. You see there it went into effect in July of 2020. Each year, we submit a consolidated annual report. We have some massive news. We just submitted that on January 30th, which is always a point of celebration for myself and Dr. Cross's team, because they put in all the hard work to make sure that gets in. But for the first time in many years, North Carolina reported that it met or exceeded all of our performance goals for Perkins indicators. We met 2 of our goals and exceeded 6 of those goals. As a highlight, our 4-year cohort graduation rate of CTE concentrators is now 98.57%. I'd also like to point out that Perkins was one of the first grants to transition from the Department of Ed to the Department of Labor. Went through that back in July, August, September. Other than some poor timing from grant awards and notice of awards, we have not had any significant disruptions. So we're pleased to announce that. Lastly, Perkins 6 is in progress. I've been fortunate enough to speak with some of the authors that are working on that, and I expect a draft of that in the next 6 to 9 months, and we'll share that with you when the time is appropriate. So the purpose of Perkins legislation, we've got 2 bullets here that are really summarizing this in a very tight nutshell, if you will. Number 1, in the law, it states that Perkins is set aside to develop more fully the academic knowledge and technical and employability skills of secondary and post-secondary students who elect to enroll in CTE courses. That is our charge. A second big focus for Perkins 5 is a strong focus on career awareness, which mostly happens in our 5th grade classrooms, and we submit a report to you annually on that. Every year, we're at 100%. 100% of school districts report they do some career awareness activities to make sure our students are aware of the opportunities. Career exploration, which happens most of the time in our middle grades, and then career development opportunities. So some great opportunities there that we can talk about more as we move on with career development plans. So want to talk a little bit about funding real quickly here. You see Perkins funding for the state is right at $49 million annually. That is split between the community college system and the Department of Public Instruction. We are the recipient, so we manage all the funding, the reporting, et cetera. We have state-funded Perkins Months of Employment of just over $580 million from the General Assembly. We have state program support funds of roughly $25 million annually. And then, of course, our state credential funding just shy of $16 million annually. You see some specialty grants that we deploy and manage year over year, CTE modernization, coding and mobile app, EWIC, or Education Workforce and Innovation Commission, health career promotion, and CTE grants for the home building programs. All wonderful opportunities. I'd like to say thank you to our General Assembly and, of course, to our wonderful state board. This level of funding is what allows all the data, the opportunities, and accomplishments I've shared so far to be possible. Without teacher positions, we don't have the ability to offer these programs to our students. Without support funds, they can't effectively gain the knowledge and skills necessary to be successful in the workforce. So thank you. I want to share some quick facts about the program, the people, and the progress. So the program here, 14 career clusters. We'll talk a little bit more about those here in just a minute. 70 career pathway options at the state level. Talk about those again in a minute. We have a CTE course inventory, which we bring to you annually. And then our course management system, which houses all of the information for the public to see about the courses, the standards, the credentials, and so forth. I must thank Angela LeMay, who could not be here today, for her leadership of the items in the program column of this slide. She's our Assistant Director for Curriculum and Assessment. Her team does an amazing job preparing the content, courses, standards, and assessment. So thank you to her for her efforts. Next up, the people. As you see there, approximately 7,000 CTE teacher positions each year. Over 70 professional development engagements annually housed by CTE. Those run from 4 hours to 10 days, not 10 days at once, but 10 days broken up throughout the course of a year, and approximately 900,000 complete student enrollment. So that's different from unique CTE participants. So as an example, my daughter is taking 3 CTE courses. She's counted 3 times in that number. So that's how we get there. I must also thank Danielle Rivenbark, who cannot be here, who is our Chief of Professional Development. Her team efforts make it possible that the people portion of this slide are prepared and developed to teach our students. And then lastly, the progress. Over 65,000 new CTE concentrators annually. Those are children who complete 2 or 3 courses in a sequence in a pathway. Over 380,000 individual credentials earned in 24-25. You'll get the exact number in a few minutes. I don't want to take all the thunder from our team. And then over 98%, as we said earlier, 98.57% of CTE concentrators graduate on time each year. You'll hear from Dr. Nancy Cross in a few minutes, but it is under her leadership that the progress is achieved and acknowledged. A couple quick notes about career clusters. We'll see a graphic here in just a moment, but the career clusters were just recently revised in 2004. They were originally developed and released around 2000. I was lucky enough to be involved, even from an agency perspective, when the first clusters came out. That was a long time ago. But I was also very fortunate to be involved in the 2024 revision of the clusters. The work was led by Advanced CTE, which is the state directors from across the nation, and ACTE. We had a national advisory committee of about 20 people, different players in the field of CTE. 3 of those were state CTE directors. I was fortunate to be one of those representatives. They did utilize a lot of industry profiles. So if you are in the manufacturing or production of goods world, you're very familiar with the NAICS codes. NAICS is a very complex system of how we organize products nationally. Of course, used SOC codes, standard occupational classification codes, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then the industry occupation matrix, which marries the occupations to the industries and is revised annually. So all that was researched and used in the work to make sure that business saw itself in the new version of the career clusters. Very important. We had industry advisory groups, educator focus groups, and then a national implementation survey had thousands of participants that gave feedback into the model as it was developed and refined. So on this slide, you see what is also on your handout in front of you. We made sure y'all had a copy as well, because this slide is impossible to see, very, very tiny. You will see the columns here. Those are cluster groupings. And that's really just an organizational platform. Underneath, you see the dark headers. Those are the career clusters. There are 14 of those. Underneath each one of the career clusters, you will see the pathways supported by our state ed agency. There are a lot, as I said before, over 70 state-supported career pathways. This does not include the local course options that we have, of which there are many. Things like boat building, marine engine repair, and so forth. A lot of unique needs that our local districts have. And then lastly, just want to speak about our career and technical student organizations. These are our intracurricular student organizations. They emphasize career development, leadership, and competitive skill development, all things that I think the workplace really places a high level of value on. Amazing organizations that prepare so many students to lead and excel in the work of our businesses. Well, that is all I have for you, a very high overview of CTE. Excuse me. Excuse me. I promise I'm not sick. Had the flu 2 weeks ago. It's gone, but now the cough is here. So there we have it. Don't get the flu. Get your flu shot. Do we have a second for questions for me now, or do we want to come back up? Sorry.
Are there any questions right now for Mr. Michael about that presentation?
Miss Kamnitz, this is Olivia. I have a very, very quick question.
Go ahead.
Yes, such a great report. If I were in the room, you'd see me dancing. But anyway, my question is this: the clusters and pathways. Is that something unique to North Carolina, or is that legislated? Maybe in the Perkins stuff, Perkins material.
Oh, sorry. So it is a national model that is utilized, that was built by multiple CTE advocates at the national level. They then negotiated with the Office of Career Technical and Adult Education to build the new system into what we now report. So it is technically our new federal clusters that we report data on annually. Participants, concentrators, performance indicators, that system is what we use nationally.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, good morning. Mine is more of a comment. When you look at CTE or vocation historically, and especially for superintendents in the room, there's always that struggle of, do we have two curriculums, right? That mindset that people really believe that. And so congratulations on where we are, that we realize, no, we only have one curriculum. And so to be college ready is to be career ready. And to be career ready is to be college ready. And so you've done a lot in changing mindsets. That's going really. So we're in the stage and age now of application based, right? CTE has always been application based. So again, as a comment, a lot of work, congratulations to moving us and helping us to understand there's only one curriculum for all kids.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and then we'll move on.
Mr. Michael, do we have data on sort of a heat map of how these clusters show up across the state? Like when we look at creating and experiencing versus building and moving, and where in the state we see those programs? Because I think it would be helpful for districts who perhaps have over representation in one area and are looking to grow others, or, I would imagine in the triangle, we might have more of that creating and experiencing, but in more of our rural districts, we might not have game art design programs. Do we have a heat map of like where these clusters are in the state?
That is an excellent question and a wonderful segue to data. Thank you.
When you started your question, I started to get up because I knew that was who you wanted. So yes, we can certainly share that with you. But I want to just add one interesting point that a requirement of Perkins is that every local district do a comprehensive local needs assessment annually, and that they go through the full process every 2 years. But every year they're looking at their data, their local labor market data, and those sorts of things. So if we only offered what kids thought they were interested in, every single school would have foods and nutrition because everybody loves to cook and eat. And so we have to be a little bit more strategic than that. So our districts do that work, but we absolutely can share with you how the different pathways and clusters show up across our state. Absolutely. So good morning. I'm so excited to be here and pick up and talk about our credential report, which is actually, on the next slide, a tool for improvement. So while we report numbers, the numbers are no good if we don't use those numbers to impact change. And so that is the purpose of this report. We're going to walk through the individual credentials to combine credential crosswalk just a little bit, the tier structure that we assign to our credentials, and then make a connection to the North Carolina workforce credential council credentials, look at our trend data, which is super exciting, and then talk about something that we're passionate about, which is making sure that all students have access and equity to these opportunities. So what we know is that in 2024, 40% of our workers were required to have a credential. And so we feel like our job, years and years ago, the goal of high schools might have been summarized as get them across the stage, get a diploma in their hand, no more. That's not enough. Our goal is to get students ready for their next step, which is potentially college and then a career, or potentially straight to a career and blending career and college together. So in our efforts to make sure that we are exceeding that 40% of folks who are required to have a credential, 74.5% of our graduates who are CTE concentrators earned a credential. So when they're walking across that stage, they're not just handed a high school diploma, they're handed a diploma and a credential wallet, essentially, with a plethora of credentials that they've earned along the way. So each of these charts has a identification at the top. So this is table 2. That's referencing back to the attainment report that you have access to in your board materials. So you will certainly be able to see this in full detail. These are just snippets from that report. But what I want to show you here is that we have and what we report are individual credentials, but we have some credentials in CTE that are made up of modules or smaller credentials that make the whole. So a great example is in our career management course. There are actually 10 credentials modules that come together and make the Conover credential for workplace readiness and job readiness. 4,632 students earned all the modules. But then you can see in the middle column there, the individual credentials earned. Some students earned part of the 10 credentials, but not all of them. So that's just when we talk about individual to combine, that's the reference that we're making. And then we have a tier structure, and we're super thankful to our partners at the Department of Commerce who do the tiering process for us. They have a rubric that looks at industry value of credentials and then assigns a tier, 1, 2, or 3, to each of our credentials. Tier 1 credentials are considered foundational. Tier 2 would be more door opener type credentials, and Tier 3 are our more advanced credentials. So this is a snip from table 3 in the report that shows you some of our Tier 1 credentials. Tier 1 credentials are important to a student's success. Our credentials are stackable, so they lead to additional, more rigorous credentials. But you probably would not see one of these as a requirement for a job, for instance. And they may or may not be tied to additional wages or raises for students. When we go to Tier 2 and Tier 3, then you start seeing connections to being recommended or required for jobs and certainly attached to higher wages for students. So the next slide shows our credential attainment by tiers. So for each of those categories, the orange bar represents how many credentials were available in that category, and the blue bar represents our attainment. So just pointing out that, as you might expect for high school students, some as young as 12 or 13 years old through their senior year, Tier 1 would be the bulk of the credentials that they would have access to, then Tier 2, and lastly, those advanced credentials, Tier 3. At that point, we're referencing credentials that are often required for jobs and adult learners sometimes struggle to achieve. So these are often related to our computer science courses or more advanced and technical courses. So across all of our credentials, then you see how the attainment plays out, and just sharing as we approach the slide that gives our overall attainment. Out of the little over 600,000 credentials that were available to our students, 382,964 individual credentials were earned by our students, which is an attainment rate of 59%. It's also very important to us that we connect to our workforce credentials. The Workforce Council has established a list of credentials, and we are not in a world where we rate or rank them the same way. So while we use Tier 1, 2, and 3, the Workforce Credential Council uses words to describe their levels. So they're foundational, essential, advanced, and career and advanced. And so there's some comparison. Often a Tier 3 is one of their advanced credentials and that sort of thing. It's very important to us that our students aren't just earning Tier 1 credentials, those entry-level credentials, but that they are achieving Workforce Council credentials as well. We offer 56 of the credentials that they offer are offered to our high school students. Over 70,000 credentials earned are on their list, and that's 436 more than last year. We have a crosswalk on table 7 in the report that shows you the level assigned by the workforce for credential North Carolina Workforce Board, and the examples there are some essential, foundational, and career. And then the last column shows you the tier, and then we give you the credential name and how many of those credentials were earned by our students. So here's the amazing trend data. We see that while we've been collecting and reporting credentials since the 2010-2011 year, where I'll point out only about 25,000 credentials were earned total. This year, again, we earned 382,964, which is more than 25,000 more than last year. Do a lot of promotion of credentialing opportunities for students, and I always say that I have never credentialed a single student. That's never been a part of my work, but I do consider myself accountable to helping students get those opportunities by influencing the people who are the influencers and who can make those changes and those opportunities happen. So we're very excited for that number, and we recognize, I think on the next slide, our credential attainment by region. And I just want to point out here, as exciting as it is that the Northwest led the state in credential attainment, it's exciting when we think about what happened in the fall of 24 to see the West still be able to earn 44% of their credentials that were available for those students who many were sitting at home out or maybe not even in a home at that point after the hurricane. So just an extremely grateful feeling for those districts and the work that they did, and all of our districts across the state. So you can see by region the attainment. Then we have 3 categories of recognition that are one of the highlights every year at our fall conference. We let districts know our top 10 list in 3 different areas. The first is the highest credential attainment by number. Now, what you would expect to see there, what you should expect to see there, are the top 10 largest districts in the state. And of course, Wake County did not disappoint. They're the largest and they're number 1. But we have some that I call overachievers who rise up. And so we have one of those here today. It's very exciting for me that we have some districts who are going to share from each one of our categories of recognition. And the first one today is the Randolph County School System, who's about 26th largest district in the state, but came in at number 8 for credential attainment. So I'm very excited to introduce to you Dr. Stephen Gainey, the superintendent, and he'll talk about his team a little bit and the efforts that they provide to make that list.
Well, first, I want to say thank you for letting me come. I've said all along that if I'm not the biggest cheerleader for Randolph County School System, they need somebody else in my seat because it's my job. I also want to just take a moment. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for all the dreamers in our school system. And begin with, we have David Cross, our Director of Career Technical Education, and Stephanie Adams, a coordinator. And then we have all these other dreamers at the school level, our school staff, and then we have members of our Business Advisory Council that dream for us. And then equally important are our students who dream they can do big things, such as Caleb Ward, who's with us today, a senior from Providence Grove High School. So on my door in my office, I have a quote, and I was just riding down the road a couple of years ago, and it kind of came to my mind. And I said, I went back to my office, I wrote it down. I've got it. It's nothing special. It's just a laminated piece of paper. If you don't build relationships with people, you will never learn what they know, and they will never learn what you know. And that's what our CTE program is about. Relationships between central service staff, school level staff, students, and those wonderful business industry partners we have. That's what David Cross and Stephanie Adams do every year. They collect feedback about what is their strategic plan for that year going to look like. I'm very proud of what we have in place. If I think about, I want to talk about between dreamers and relationships, what's the next biggest thing that drives our program? It's called a workforce roadmap. And David Cross brought this out years ago. And that roadmap doesn't start in 9th grade. It doesn't start in 8th grade when we have to have the career development plan. It starts in 5th grade. And in 5th grade, we do some pretty neat things because we have some real dreamers and leaders leading this thing. I'm just along for the ride. Just hopefully I got it right with trying to get some people in the right seats in the school system. We take our 5th graders over to the feeder high schools so they can see the potential credentials they can earn and the pathways they can be involved in. And then several years back, David came to me and said, we've got to do something in middle school. We need career development coordinators there. I think the career development coordinator at the high school level is one of the most valuable positions a high school principal can have. And I've told legislators, please always help us make sure we have that. To me, that's the counselor for career and technical education, beyond what the counselors do. But David came to me and said, can we do something in middle school? So we put in one career development coordinator. And then David, as a lot of leaders come back, he tried to time it just right and said, we need another one. So we made it work. So we have 2 career development coordinators in middle school, and we have 7 at the high school level. And we're making it work. Those 2 in middle school are touching 4,000 career development plans a year. And they have very, very distinct, direct lessons. Every kid gets touched with 2 lessons in 6th grade and 7th grade and 8th grade. 6th grade, we try to get them to start exploring where their interests are. 7th grade, we get them to start thinking about their goals, thinking about them, and doing some research on careers. In 8th grade, they do a career research project, which they present to a staff member at the school before the year's out, or they present to their parent. And then, of course, we have the career development plan. Then we get to the high school level, we have the student success teams that are filled with counselors, career development coordinators, other staff members, and career coaches from the community college. And we have a great partnership with our community college as well. So we push in the Randolph County school system career fairs, college visits, industry visits, involvement in the career technical education student organizations, and then 2 very special things on the end. Very special. We've started a Work Ready Randolph program this year. We have 49 kids already signed up, grade 11 or 12, to internships. Anytime we can get them to touch that business or that industry setting, it only helps us with kids. And Dr. Williamson, I'm one of his biggest fans, and I just loved your comment. This is for everybody. And then in 16, 17, we started a program called Apprenticeship Randolph. So we have Work Ready Randolph, which started this year. 49 kids are already lined up for internships or in their internships now. And then in 16, 17, we started this program called Apprenticeship Randolph. And that again was for 11th, 12th grade students. We have 19 industry partners. Sometimes I joke they feel like they're part of our staff, so I'm fine with that too. I see them at Chick-fil-A. And when the kids go through this program, they get selected, they try out for apprenticeship spots. They leave the program 2 years after they're done with us in high school with an associate degree, a journeyman certificate, and a job with the company. And it didn't cost them anything. And I've watched kids grow up overnight. And what I love about it is I love being a high school, middle school principal. I really love that high school principal job. And I loved it when I saw a kid all of a sudden realize they mattered in whatever they wanted to matter in. And we've seen kids selected to be in part of the Apprenticeship Randolph program. And we have a selection event, just like a signing event for athletics. And the company comes up and they call the kid out and they give him a shirt and they sign the documents in front of the crowd out in the auditorium. And those kids matter. And so to Dr. Williamson's point, we are turning the corner in a big way in career technical education, because it's not just for one group of kids, it's for all group of kids. And I have the Leesville Road High School kids to thank. I left there in January of 2009, but as the principal at that school, I saw it as assistant principal and then as principal. I started seeing our kids, all kids, going after our career technical education courses. And those kids have no idea what influence they had on my career or the staff, but really the kids. I saw them moving. I saw the foods class. The waiting list was a mile long, but there's also the carpentry classes, the CAD classes. And so we work very hard. Our goal in the Randolph County school system, when you leave us, we want you to have either earned an industry recognized credential, had a work-based learning experience, or work towards a college degree, certificate, or diploma. And and I'll end with this, the career and college program where kids get to earn the college credits, that is phenomenal. Our kids have been wearing that out for years. 1,218 of our kids participated last year and completed 2,541 courses. And I will tell you, when you start talking about this whole thing, it is about dreamers. It's about dreamers as your staff, and it's about dreamers as your students, and believing things can happen. Our current career technical education leader and our previous one had no prior experience in career technical education. All they did was kept dreaming and looking at what was out there for kids, and that's why our program has taken off. And I'm so proud of it. I'm so proud of the kids in our school system and the staff and all of our industry partners and business partners who've got behind us. So I think the sky's the limit for this in our school system. And I believe this is one of the most explosive and most valuable programs we have in the state of North Carolina public schools, because it's not just the experience kids are getting. The rigor and the relevance is continuing to increase. And that's going to set a positive future for our kids, for not only Randolph County, but for the state of North Carolina. I'll answer any questions you have.
We'll have time at the end as well. So
Okay.
like Ms. Crosco, yeah.
Thank you.
I will tell you, it is a lucky CTE director to have a superintendent who is that knowledgeable about CTE and that passionate and supportive about CTE. And I know from experience, we did a lot of good things together in Randolph County. So our second area of recognition is for the highest credential attainment rate. As we talked about on that first list with just numbers, you're going to mostly see your larger districts. But here, all districts have an equal shot, because what we look at is the potential. How many credentials are available in your school system and how many were then earned by students? And so we call this our credential attainment rate, and you'll see a variety of sizes there, but just pointing out the number one on the list is Transylvania County with over 89% of their available credentials were converted to labor market currency for those students who earn those credentials. But I have a very special guest today, a very special county that we're going to recognize, and that's Pender County, who's number 2. One reason that they got the invite today is because they historically make this list and have even, as the 36th largest district in the state, have even made the top 10 list for credential attainment. So they are actually doing some amazing things, and I knew that you would want to hear from them, and I'm excited to introduce to you Dr. Brad Breedlove, the superintendent for Pender County Schools.
Thank you very much, members of the board, Superintendent Green, colleagues. It's a great honor to be here and speak to you today about Pender County Schools. It should make us all very proud to know that North Carolina was named the #1 state in the nation in workforce development by Site Selection Magazine recently. And we view that not just as a point of pride, but as proof that we are preparing graduates who are truly ready to step into a dynamic workforce. From my perspective and listening to the vision of Superintendent Green, the staff at DPI, and the work of this board, it is clear that career and technical education credentials are vital for the future of our students and the future of our state. When our students leave us with a credential in hand, it signals to our employers that North Carolina graduates are ready on day one to contribute to a dynamic workforce. In Pender County Schools, we have tried to live up to that vision over the years. In this past year, our students earned 88.28% as a credential attainment rate, which ranks us near the top of North Carolina. As a Pender County School Superintendent, I'll be the first, though, to say that behind that number are educators who believe in our students, set clear goals, and build systems that track and support our students. Isaac Newton famously wrote that if I've seen further, it's because I've stood on the shoulders of giants. In Pender County, our giants are our teachers, our school leaders, and support staff, and central office teams who have all worked together, have taken that vision of credential attainment and turned it into our daily practice. I am fortunate to stand on their shoulders today, and I would like to invite one of those giants to step forward and speak about the specifics of our work. It is my honor to introduce the Director of Career and Technical Education, Mr. Dominique Bates, who will briefly describe how Pender County Schools integrated credentialing into the very core of our instructional framework. This has ultimately led to our success. Dominique and his team have really done an amazing job of setting up Pender County Schools, and year after year being recognized for the great work that we are doing as a school system with 11,000 students total. To be on both lists last year and then on this list again this year just really speaks volume. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him talk about some of the specifics that we do that sets us apart from other districts. Mr. Bates?
Thank you, Dr. Breedlove. Thank you, board, for letting us come and speak today. He says briefly because I can talk about this forever, okay? But I will spare you today in this moment, but you can catch me later on after the meeting and we can talk about it forever because I can go on and on. First, I want to thank our teachers and our students and our support staff who have actually offered and earned these credentials because I haven't given one credential, right? And so kudos to our students and to our teachers. And I just want to take you guys on a journey of where Pender County Schools has been with credentials in the last 3 years. So I'm going to spit out some numbers to you. So school year 22-23, Pender County Schools earned 5,218 credentials at a 69.8% credential attainment rate. School year 23-24, Pender County Schools earned 8,050 credentials at a 83.5% credential attainment rate. School year 24-25, Pender County Schools earned 7,427 credentials at a 88.28% credential attainment rate. And so that's just growth. Those are just numbers to us, but what those numbers represent is life-changing impact. It represents students' lives changing, and even their children's lives changing. It's really just a mindset shift that we try to push in Pender County, that a credential is a matter of life and death to a student. Okay. And so, that's where we stand with credentials. And it's also an opportunity for a competitive advantage. It's an opportunity for Pender County Schools to say that our students have a competitive advantage in the global workforce. And so it's more than just a number, it's really a mindset shift of actually achieving educational excellence. That's what we're pushing for. It's a part of our Pender County Schools strategic plan. In Pender County Schools, we say we want our students to either be enrolled, enlisted, or employed upon graduation. That's before they graduate. They have a plan. They know what they're going to do because they can't retire as soon as they graduate, right? So they have to do something. And so we really push that. But a part of that, plan, that's a part of that is our increase in credential attainment, right? And so some of the ways that we do that is we look at our master scheduling, we look at which courses that we offer, and we try to offer courses that are aligned with our top local workforce demands, as well as those where our students can earn credentials. So we start there. And then we set goals. We have a huge beginning of the year meeting with our CTE department, all of our teachers, and we set our credential goal there. And so this year, our goal is 90% credential attainment rate. We will achieve it. Our teachers know the goal, and then we meet with every single teacher before the semester starts. So in fall and in spring semesters, we meet with every single teacher individually, and we have a goal tracker of our credentials, right? And so as our students are earning these credentials, our teachers can check them off and say, yes, we've earned them, and they can see the percent increasing as they earn them. What I love best about our teachers is once our students earn these credentials, they start printing them off in color, right? And they start printing them off in color and putting them in frames, hanging them on the walls, and handing them out to our students. And we really appreciate that. That motivates the students. And so that we do that. And then we have a program called Crushing Credentials. All right. So whatever we do, we want to crush it. Okay. And so Crushing Credentials is all about remediating our students who didn't earn the credentials, right? And so we come back to them, we do a credential boot camp, we remediate those students and help them earn those credentials. So we have teachers that are dedicated to that. We have principals that are dedicated to that, students and families. So it's a big deal. And then we give incentives. So at that big beginning of the year meeting that we have, we recognize our teachers who earn 75% or higher credential attainment. We hand out 100 grand chocolate bars, not the money. We hand out 100 grand bars to our teachers who earned 100%. And so, those are the kind of things that I feel really shifts the mind. Again, it's all about the mindset. It's not about, that number, but it really drives some positive student impact in Pender County schools. This year, we're adding this on. This is our last thing that we're going to add on. We're going to give out plaques to our schools who earn 90% or higher, who reach our attainment goal. But most of all, we want to thank our students, and we want to thank our teachers who actually offer these credentials, because it's not easy work. It's a hard thing. Thank you.
Mr. Bates, you crushed it. So our last category is a new category this year that we've added for recognition. And we decided that there are, of our 115 school districts out there, most of them are working very hard on credential attainment, but some of them have obstacles to overcome that other districts may not. So we decided to add a category for most improvement in credential attainment rate. And see some huge jumps there. Those numbers represent percentage points of increase in just 1 year's worth of work. And I'm super excited to share with you today Lexington City Schools, who has improved over last year by 47.2 percentage points in their credential attainment rate. And on the next slide. So the district has a great team here today. Dr. Shotwell, April Thompson, the director, Dr. Porter as the principal of Lexington High School, home of the Yellow Jackets. And so we are very excited for that 47.2 percentage point increase and invite that team to share with you their successes.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. It's hard to believe it's been 11 years. I saw some of you all still on the school board, even now. That's really great, even virtually, Ms. Oxendine. I want to say, Stephen said everything that I was going to say, so mine's going to be very brief. So thanks for going first, Stephen. I appreciate that. But I also want to recognize two other people on our team that are here, our CDC, Elizabeth Cross, and our CMIC, Nathan Tongel, back here. For me, it's kind of surreal in a way because Lexington Senior High School was where I was the principal. And when I left there, I went to Macon County to become superintendent. And so to come back home and to be able to see this honor, it says a lot about Dr. Hardy's leadership when she was there. She's now in Franklin County. So I'm like the substitute superintendent here today, but I am so proud of my Yellow Jackets. I cannot tell you this because it was the best job that I ever had, was being principal of that school to this day, and it will always be because I worked the hardest and I absolutely love the rewards that we were able to get from this. You know, CTE has always been a special place in my heart. My brother found his niche in the 10th grade because of CTE, and he's a successful businessman, all because of what North Carolina did even back in the 1980s for CTE. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead. See, I told you, it's the shortest you've ever heard me talk. And Jill, I know you could say that, and Alan, y'all can say that there. But anyway, at this time, I'd like to kick it over to our wonderful principal, Dr. Porter.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharpwell. I am Dr. Jermaine Porter, the proud principal of Lexington Senior High School. How we were able to receive the percentage point increase is very simple. Intentionality, exposure, and then giving our students that opportunity. You don't know what you don't know. And coming from middle school to high school, not understanding, someone spoke earlier about vocational and, home ec is gone. And now, no, it isn't gone. It's just changed. And a lot of things have changed. And for us, not only do we have to educate our students, but we also need to expose our parents to the changes that's taking place so that they understand that those students are given opportunities they may not have been given when they were in school. We have to ensure, and we are ensuring, that we're educating our students. As the principal of Lexington Senior High School, I stand on the shoulders of my CDC and my staff. And it's not only the CTE teachers that got us to the attainment, but it is our custodial staff. It is also our bus drivers. It is also our math teachers. Ensure that all of our students are doing everything they need to do to ensure their academic success in the classroom. Sir, you made a very valid point earlier. You said we want to make sure that our students are career and college ready. At Lexington Senior High School, there's no or. It's just the and. We at Lexington Senior High School are ensuring that our students who are receiving these credentials, not only are you career ready, but you are also college ready. College is not for everyone, and I understand that. But I want my students to know, if in fact you choose to change your mind, we want to make sure that we give you the exposure for things you didn't know when you walked into the doors of Lexington Senior High School. And we want to give you the opportunities for when you walk out.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to be here today. My name is April Thompson, and I'm the Senior Director for our CTE program in Lexington City Schools. The goals of our CTE program are to ensure that all students have the necessary tools and explore careers and have opportunities for post-secondary options. Our students prepare for students for careers that collaborate, that make sure that we can problem solve, communicate, and utilize technology effectively to ensure employability. We strive for our students to become lifelong learners and embrace the expanding their educational opportunities in school and as they transition on to college and post-secondary careers. Lexington Senior High School saw over a 300% increase in credential attainment last year. Early career exploration, along with expanded credentialing, will lay the groundwork for our continued academic and workforce improvements and achievement. Our year-over-year growth reflects a systems-based approach aligned with our comprehensive local needs assessment and our Lexington City Schools strategic plan. We want to continue to demonstrate our commitment to expanding high-quality pathways so that every student is successful beyond high school. We would like to thank our Lexington City Schools Board of Education, Superintendents Dr. Nakia Hardy and Dr. Rodney Shotwell, Chief Academic Officer Lee Jones for their support of our CTE program. We want to celebrate our dedicated teachers, our students, families, and our community partners who have supported our work in and out of the classroom. Thank you all.
Well, as fabulous as that was, we've saved equity and access for last because while we're doing some great things across the state, we still have some work to do. So when we look at our credential attainment rate by student group, first of all, let me explain the first three columns on the table that you see before you. We have our student groups in the left, the leftmost side of the column. And then we look at what percentage of North Carolina public schools are represented in each of those student groups. So 49% of our students are female students, 51 male. And then we come to a smaller group of students, that of CTE enrollment, and make that same comparison. So 45% of students taking CTE classes are female students and 55% are male students. But then we drill down one more level because we need to know, we know that you can't have outcomes if you don't have access. So students can't earn credentials if we're not enrolling them in classes that offer credentials. So that green column we're going to focus on, that's the CTE enrollment in courses with credential opportunities. So 44% of the students taking CTE classes with credentials are female students, 56% are male. So that's the column we want to mirror with all of our other data. But when we look at our overall credential attainment, only 36% of credentials are earned by female students, but they're 44% of the population in those classes. So we know that there's an underrepresentation of female students earning credentials. We highlight those gaps when they fall short by or exceed that baseline by 10 percentage points or more. So in Tier 2, we see an underachievement of female students or an underrepresentation of female students earning Tier 2 credentials because only 18% of those credentials were earned by female students. We're pretty pleased with Tier 1. Our students are earning credentials at the rate at which they show up in those classes, so that matches. But if we'll go to the next slide, you can see the gaps for Tier 2 and the trends over time. This isn't a new conversation for us. We've been focusing on addressing our gaps for the past 3 years. And then lastly, with Tier 3. So for instance, when we see that our Black African American students show up in classes with credentials at a rate of 24%, but only 14% of the credentials earned were earned by Black and African American students, we have some work to do. So as great as Randolph and Pender and Lexington City Schools and the other on those 3 top 10 lists, that those districts are doing amazing work, we can't not focus on access for all of our students. And so we have some work to do, and we're excited about that work, and we have a plan on the next slide to address our continued improvement in CTE credentialing. We are working constantly on our process for vetting and approving those new credentials. We're supporting our districts to implement those credential opportunities. We're working to increase the efficiency and accuracy in our processes for collecting and reporting the data. And lastly, we're working to support PSUs in interpreting and utilizing the data and addressing those opportunity gaps that we see. And then lastly, here we are. We're excited to take any questions that you might have for us, and thank you so much for your time today.
First, let me thank all the folks from Randolph, Pender, and Lexington City Schools who came to share with us today. I think you've inspired all of us with the work that you're doing, and I hope that there are lots of folks out there listening this morning who will also be inspired by what's happening in your counties and your systems. Any questions now for any of our presenters? We've got a few minutes before we need to move on. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Moore, I know you have a question, so let's start with you.
Thank you. First, I want to echo my thanks to the staff who presented today with this really nice data, as well as the districts and superintendents that reported this morning. My question really is sort of a thought observation, and it's about facilities and equipment for these courses. So I don't know if we have a good understanding of whether a 1,000 student high school is basically offering, or facility-wise, ends up having the same sorts of facility as a 2,500 or 3,000 student high school, and whether or not we ever get concerns about the cost of transforming facilities to create additional classrooms when demand is higher, especially in larger schools. I think that CTE funds do pay the cost of replacing some of the equipment and supplies that are necessaries for classrooms. But if a school wanted to create a second food and nutrition lab, how would the cost of that be absorbed?
Great question, and thank you for the 1 hour to address it that you've given me.
We don't have that.
From the high level, school facilities is usually the responsibility of the county commissioners when you start talking about building schools and that sort of thing. Certainly, the school district plays a huge role in determining what the need is for the facilities. And then we use from a CTE lens, we use our Perkins Fund 017 for improvement and enhancement and new programs, 014 and 017 funds. But I'll tell you, as a local director in Randolph and Guilford, we also relied heavily on grants, things like the Golden Leaf Grant. That's how we got about $1 million and were able to put in a new metals lab at Eastern Randolph High School. That would not have happened with just the funding that we receive every year. So districts have to be strategic and intentional and work with their partners and seek funding to make those facility pieces happen. But as a general funding rule, our Perkins funds are, while we are responsible for teaching students in grades 6 through 12, and even doing career development and career exposure to students in 5th grade, we're only funded for our students in grades 8 through 12. And so that funding formula certainly doesn't give us a lot of flexibility with adding new programs. We do have to often seek outside and additional funds to do those sorts of expansions and facility upgrades.
I appreciate that, and I'll confess I knew the answer mostly before I asked the question, but I want to elevate that because I think facilities can be a problem. And I know that as we are advocating at the state level for the General Assembly to continue to provide funds with regards to the, upfitting and improvement of some of our older facilities, particularly in more rural communities where there's less local funds available to do that sort of thing. I do wonder if CTE facility needs can become a part of that conversation, because it can become a barrier to increasing the number of students that have access to the programs. And then since you mentioned the 8th through 12th grade funding, I think that's another point to elevate, is that districts that are moving into CTE exploratory programs in 6th or 7th grade are doing so either on the local dime or by spreading their 8 to 12 funding out further. And so again, that could become a barrier to expanding programs in 6th and 7th grade. So thank you for that.
And thank you so much for elevating those issues.
Can you just estimate how big a problem is, I think this is a great question, Ms. Moore, but how big of how much is this holding us back, facility needs? What's the sort of scope of, what would you say?
I just did a gut check and got head nods from our local staff. So
I'll tell you, I think what sometimes barriers do for us is force us to be creative and resourceful. And so there's some amazing efforts across our state, things like partnerships with our community college, where, for instance, the community college instructors come and use our facilities to teach classes, but also where our students go take classes in their facilities. And sometimes those are after hours and outside of the community college coursework. They take high school classes on the college campus using those facilities. Randolph Community College had a mobile electronics lab that they brought and set up at one of my high schools to let our students use that so that we could offer an electronics course that we otherwise would not have been able to. So while it's not a good thing to be short of resources, it sometimes forces us to be resourceful. And there's a lot of that going on across our state. I certainly think that you could go to all 115 CT directors and say, if you had the funding, what expansion would you make? And they have a plan. They know what they would like to add. They know what they would like to enhance or improve. And so working from that vein and then looking at additional places for opportunities for funds is something that's ongoing.
Thank you.
Ms. Kamnitz,
Yes, Dr. Oxendine.
I have a quick question to ask.
And then we'll move on.
Just a fantastic presentation, and kudos to all of you and the districts that were part of the presentation for your hard work. My question is more about those students who do well in get on the pathway in the clusters in tier 3. Do you have a way of tracking those students past 12th grade to find out, are they going on into the workforce, or are they in community colleges, or just what are they doing with all that they've learned and accomplished?
Great question. And yes, again, I'm going to give thanks to our partners at the Department of Commerce who have created an online resource. It's an acronym, NC Tower, that you can visit. And you can do comparisons between students who graduated from our high schools who were CTE concentrators and those who were not. And you can look at those post-secondary outcomes like enrollment and wages. And without fail, CTE concentrators outperform students who are not CTE concentrators. And so to Dr. Williamson's point, CTE is for all students because careers are for all students, right? We hope they're all headed there, whether they go the path of military and that might be their career, or if they go to a college, a trade school, all the options that they have, ultimately we hope that they're in a career. And so when we look at that post-secondary data and compare our CTE concentrators to non-concentrators, without fail, our concentrators outperform in every category.
Well, that is marvelous. And my final comment is thank you so much, CTE professionals out there, for all of you across the state, and definitely the experts inside the building, for putting us on the national map. That seems to be your goal, and we're fully behind that.
We are. And one more round of applause for just all that great news. Great work.
thank you, and thank you for your support. I'd be remiss if I didn't say, I apologize, we went a little over time. But every day that I speak with other state directors across the nation, people ask me, how do we do what we do? And I say, well, we put students always first, and commitment is key. And I think you've seen some great examples of that here today. Thank you all. I appreciate you.
Really, really quickly.
I'll speak quick. Thank you. I did
Thank
want
you,
to,
Mr. Michael.
thank you. I did want to say real quick on the, we talked a little bit earlier about career and technical student organizations like DECA, FAA, HOSA, TSA. And what I've seen and talked with students is like, some students do get excited about calculus and chemistry, but they really get excited when talking about these student organizations and the opportunities involved. So I think the schools who really sustain these organizations and give students the opportunity to grow within them with other skills like leadership, communication, but it's also the ability in their conferences to come together with students from across the state and join at different places, I think is really powerful. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. House. I'll now move on to our only action item, which is SLA 1. It's a report to the General Assembly on the 25-26 Excellent Public Schools Act approval and denial of literacy intervention plans. There has been no change in the presentation that we received last month, but just briefly, I will remind you that this year, 69 of those required plans were approved and 46 were approved with recommendations. Each of those numbers has steadily, the full approval has steadily increased each year, and the approval with recommendations has decreased each year. So each year we're getting closer to all of our districts having a fully approved literacy intervention plan. And so that's also good news. We have one consent item, SLA 2. It's the State Board appointments to the Council on Educational Services for Exceptional Children. The council, as we all know, plays an important advisory role in the work that we do with exceptional children. This month, the appointment of Ms. Murphy Faber fills the vacancy that requires a representative for the vocational community business sector. Ms. Faber is a former EC teacher who now directs a community rehabilitation center in Central NC. So tomorrow we'll be voting to approve Ms. Faber's appointment to the council. And that concludes the SLA business.
Thank you, Ms. Kamnitz. I failed to recognize one of our superintendents, this from Catawba County Schools, Dr. Matt Stover. Dr. Stover, would you please stand? Welcome. Glad to have you. We'll now turn to the Education and Innovation Charter School Committee chaired by Mr. John Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I am John Blackburn, and I'm joined in this work by my colleague, Ms. Jill Kamnitz. So we have one item of new business today, and there's my friend, Miss Ashley Logue, to do the Charter School Review Board January meeting review.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is the Charter Schools Review Board review for our January meeting. As per our normal agenda, we started with amendments. We had one amendment. It was for a school that is currently in the ready to open process. So they are not an operating school. They are working on their planning process, and they have requested a second delay. So this will push them into a 2027 opening if they continue through the ready to open process. This was approved. I believe it mainly has to do with facility issues, which is also quite common. Following our amendments, we had a stipulation presentation. So you may recall this school is in Durham. It is the CSDVA, stands for Community School of Digital and Visual Arts. And they were up for renewal in 2025. As a reminder, the Charter Schools Review Board actually voted to non-renew the school. The school appealed and came before a panel of the state board, which remanded it back to the Charter Schools Review Board. The school then received a 3-year renewal with stipulations. Those stipulations included required reporting on the facility, finance, and governance, and completed on-time audits. This was a school that had previously, I believe, had an audit that was over 2 years delayed. So that was part of their stipulations. They also were required to turn in board meeting minutes to our office, which we had had difficulty receiving in previous years, to receive board training, and to provide updates on a possible relocation. They came before the Charter Schools Review Board and presented on those stipulations. They are making progress on all of them. Our office will be making a site visit in the next month to work with them on academic school improvement, but they have submitted their fiscal year 25 audit on time, which was nice to see. School business. The school business renewals report also took place. So the Office of School Business here at DPI presents a report every year on the schools that are up for renewal. As you know, this is a very large cohort. Miss Amanda Fratrick presented the report to the Charter Schools Review Board on behalf of school business. What she reviewed, or what the office reviews when they are looking at the audits of charter schools. I've placed her a snapshot of her presentation here, but essentially indicators of financial distress with the goal of identifying concerns early and taking corrective action early. That report is linked here on this presentation. But as a summary, for the renewals we had in fiscal year 26, we had 39 schools. 34 are not on financial compliance but have some type of observation. One school does not have an audit report as of today. Actually, we're still awaiting that audit report. And then 4 schools have fiscal concerns, either cautionary, non-compliance, or red flag issues. So she went school by school. This presentation is over 50 slides and gives a synopsis of every school that they reviewed. Following that presentation is our 2026 charter renewal votes. So the renewal process takes place over 2 years. It is a process that is at any given time, we are actually doing 2 cohorts. So right now we're concluding the 2026 renewals, but we are beginning the site visits for 2027. And I believe 2027, we have again close to 40 schools. Over the last several months, the schools either presented to CSRB, or if the school is legislatively mandated to have a 10-year renewal, then our office does the presentation. We don't ask that the school have to appear. Following the renewal votes, there were 20 schools receiving 10-year terms, 3 schools receiving 7-year terms, 9 schools receiving 5-year terms, and 5 schools receiving 3-year terms. There are 2 schools that are held over for our meeting coming up on Monday. One of them, as I mentioned previously, Old Mainstream, we have not received the audit. And then Rocky Mount Prep had some compliance and other concerns that the Charter Schools Board wanted to continue to address. And Rocky Mount Prep will actually be before the Charter Schools Review Board on Monday to present as well. And then finally, our office has been working with the Charter Schools Review Board for several months now to present some proposals to what we believe will improve the Ready to Open process. The board did approve our proposals at the last meeting. They include requiring schools to appear in May rather than June if we deem them at risk of opening. We are going to start creating more detailed readiness reports to provide more data points to the board for their evaluations. We've also created an enrollment tier documentation step that will essentially create tiers of where a school is in their slated enrollment so that we can provide some more information as to whether that school is at a strong level enrollment or has concerns that we need to continue to monitor. Detailed facility reports, and then we've updated our best practice break-even budget guidelines based on not only the 80 minimum state requirement, but what we have found to be a necessary minimum requirement for a fiscally strong school. So that was our January meeting, and we meet on Monday for our February meeting. Any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Logue? Chair Davis?
Could you go back to the school business? There you go. Whoa, right there. What are the 4 schools that have fiscal concerns?
Yes. Asheville Peak Academy is on a probationary. Let's see. Yes, Asheville Peak Academy is on probationary financial non-compliance status. This is signs of financial insolvency, expenditures exceeding revenue. Success Institute Charter is on a cautionary status. That I believe is the lowest. I believe it goes cautionary, then probationary, then disciplinary. They have a negative unassigned fund balance. American Leadership Academy in Charlotte is on probationary for also negative unassigned general fund balance. And Zecca School of the Arts and Technology is on cautionary. They are being monitored for ADM purposes. they have lower enrollment.
Mr. Faria, I'd appreciate if all the board members could receive that portion of the school business report that's associated with these 4 schools. If you could get that to us, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Blackburn.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Blackburn, I have a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. Tell me a little bit more about, is it customary to get into, I'm sure it probably is, to notify these schools that are late with their audits, any kind of follow up with those schools?
Yes, it is. They receive, so the audits come in through a software platform that our office uses for documents. And then we submit it to school business. So once school business knows that the audit is late, they will send out non-compliance letters regarding the late audit. Our office is copied on those. If in the case of the one audit we have right now that is still remaining, we've talked several times to the school and the auditor in the last week. There was a significant loss for the principal at that school. So we are trying to work with the school to get that audit in despite that loss.
And so the audit was due the 5th of January, is that correct?
No, the audits are due October 31st? October 31st.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Blackburn.
Yes.
Mr. Blackburn, Wendell Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I just have a question. These 4 schools that have fiscal concerns, do they have a plan? Have they presented a plan to remove these concerns? If so, what's the timeline on it? Can you help me with that, Miss?
Typically, the school business notification for noncompliance will include information about what the schools need to do to bring themselves into compliance. I would need to pull those 4 specific letters. I could also get those to Ruben regarding, what they need to do. It depends on the school situation.
Right. That was my concern. I was going to ask the same thing, to include that in the request from the board chair. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Logue.
Okay, thank you.
We had one action on first read from our committee. On Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, I chaired a hearing panel of the EICS committee. The hearing panel included state board members Jill Kamnitz, Alan Duncan, and myself. We convened to hear an appeal from the December 8, 2025 decision by the Charter Schools Review Board to deny Cape View Leadership Academy a charter. The hearing panel heard oral presentation from representatives of the Charter School Review Board and the Cape View Leadership Academy. In addition, the hearing panel considered written statements and documentation presented to the hearing panel by both parties. Those documents are in your board materials for your review and consideration as you make a final decision about final decision is made about Cape View Leadership Academy. Following the presentations by the parties and questioning by the hearing panel, the panel voted unanimously to recommend to the full State Board of Education that it remand this matter to the Charter Schools Review Board for consideration at its March 2026 meeting. In announcing its recommended decision to the parties, the hearing panel noted its concerns about the process by which ACCEL, the proposed EMO for Cape View Leadership Academy, had been allowed to present to the Charter Schools Review Board. For that reason, the hearing panel would recommend that the remand to the Charter Schools Review Board be for the limited purpose of allowing ACCEL to present information and respond to questions by the Charter Schools Review Board about Cape View Leadership Academy's charter application. The motion that I will read tomorrow goes as such. The EIC committee, through the duly appointed appeals hearing panel, recommends to the State Board of Education that it remand the appeal by Cape View Leadership Academy from the Charter Schools Review Board decision December 8, 2025 to deny it. A charter school to the Charter Schools Review Board for consideration at its March 2026 meeting. The remand to the Charter School Review Board is for the limited person of allowing a CEL, Cape View Leadership Academy selected EMO, to present information and respond to questions by the Charter Schools Review Board about Cape View Leadership Academy's charter application. I'll take any questions if anyone has any questions about that. Vice Chair.
I would just add one comment. The board's recommendation is without any suggestion about what the outcome should be. That is, it's not suggesting that the outcome that was made before should be different. It's simply to make sure that the procedural setting on the hearing is completed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions? If not, that concludes our report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. We'll now turn to the Government and Community Affairs Committee led by Mr. Wendell Hall. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all. I am Wendell Hall. I chair the Government and Community Affairs Committee with Ms. Jill Kamnitz. This morning, we will hear and be shared information concerning the priorities for our work in upcoming years for the General Assembly to look at. We have Mr. Jeff Coltrane here, who is our Senior Director of Government Affairs and Strategy, Office of Government Affairs at DPI. Please note that this is a joint ask between, or request with priorities, between the State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction. Without any other significant changes to the presentation given by Mr. Coltrane this morning, Mr. Chairman, this would be placed as an action item on first reading. And with that being said, Mr. Coltrane, I would turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Hall, members of the board. It's great to see you all. We are presenting today the superintendent's recommendations for our legislative priorities for the 2026 short session, so this upcoming session, and for your discussion and approval, as Mr. Hall said. But first, want to give you a quick update on where things stand legislatively. We have some upcoming dates. Next Tuesday, February 10th, is the first meeting of the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee for this interim session. And so we'll provide you an update on that meeting at your March meeting of the board. And then the legislature does have 3 regular sessions scheduled between now and the end of April. February 9th through the 12th, March 9th through the 12th, and April 6th through the 9th. These are all sessions that they had scheduled when they adjourned last fall for action. But through the fall and even in the month of January, those dates came and went and there was no action taken. So no action on any bills. We're not anticipating anything until maybe March, more likely April. But we'll keep you up to date on that. And then, of course, the short session will convene on April 21st, which is when they'll come back to and they can enact a much broader number of bills or take action on a much broader number of bills, including hopefully a state budget. But what we wanted to share today is the recommended priorities for this upcoming short session. If you remember back in December, we walked through the priorities that the board and the superintendent set for the long session for last year, 2025, and sort of what had happened with those priorities. And so just want to quickly review that. You also then brainstormed or shared your thoughts on what priorities should be included for the short session. And so we took all of that information along with the long session priorities, and then also got feedback from our leadership here at the department, and are bringing this forward. So just want to quickly review where things landed. So you had a set of overall priorities last year, which included increasing teacher pay and providing funding for facility repairs for Helene impacted districts. And so you can see there what was included in the governor's budget, the Senate budget, the House budget, and then what was enacted. There was a little over $64 million that was appropriated for Helene districts, for Helene impacted school districts. As of now, that money has been sufficient to meet the needs for that, which is great. There was also a salary step increase for our educators and principals that was enacted, even though there were some proposals to raise teacher pay across the board. On our next set of priorities around student and school support, we did see funding for cooperative innovative high schools. There were 5 that needed to receive funding, and that did pass. And then there was a request from the board and the superintendent for travel, operating, and legal expenses for the Charter School Review Board. The legislature did direct us to use LAP salary to cover those expenses, so that was enacted. Everything else you can see there, there was interest for sure in a number of things around a little bit for the EC weighted funding formula, a little bit for the school health personnel allotment, but otherwise nothing else became law. On the next set of priorities around academic support and coaching, there was interest from both chambers of the General Assembly in expanding the Dibbles diagnostic to grades 4 and 5. This is the diagnostic tool that's currently used in our kindergarten through 3rd grade classrooms as part of the science of reading, and extending that to 4th and 5th grade. There was also, both chambers included some funding in their budget to expand literacy professional development and support to grades 6 through 8. This would be essentially replicating the science of reading initiative in K-3 at 6th through 8th grade. And so those two, clearly there was some interest from the General Assembly, but none of that got across the finish line. In the technology area, there was interest in continuing to support the school business systems modernization. The Senate included $45 million for that, and the House included $15 million. And then there was funding for the Infinite Campus implementation that was actually enacted into law to help support that. And then on the last one, on compensation pathways, the advanced teaching roles, salary supplements. The Senate did include funding for that, and then for the grants as well. Those were both some priorities that the board and the superintendent had laid out. The House did not include it, and so far none of that has gotten across the finish line. We also had a series of non-budget or policy-related requests. A number of which were included in the budget or in various bills, but none of these yet have gotten across the finish line. So those will continue to be some priorities as well. So in crafting the recommended priorities that we're bringing to you today, we sort of thought about 3 different things. One is priorities that the board and the superintendent identified for the long session that were not funded. They continue to be priorities. So we're bringing those back to you today for consideration for the short session. We also looked at what priorities, both those priorities, but also new items that were proposed, how well are they aligned with our new joint strategic plan? And then the third thing we looked at is what did the General Assembly tell us in their versions of the budget that they were interested in looking at? And we saw, obviously, from our priorities, from the priorities that we took there, but also some other things for us to consider. So in thinking about those 3 things and then the list of priorities, that's sort of how we crafted what we're bringing to you today. And we're also thinking about this strategically in a slightly different way than we did last time. We're going to present to you our priorities in sort of two different categories. The first is what we're thinking of as short session priorities. So these are the dozen items that we think are the priority for this coming year. If we can get these across the finish line, that would be great. And then our second area is we're thinking of as ongoing priorities. These continue to be priorities for the department, for the board, for the field, for our K-12 schools, but they're longer running. So if we can get them funded this session, that's great, but there also continue to be sort of broader ongoing priorities that may not be quite as pressing for this short session. Any question on that or on how we sort of got to the list before we dive in? Great. All right. So in the long session, we had a set of overall priorities that we talked about before, including investing and raising teacher and educator pay so that we have the highest teacher salaries in the Southeast. We're proposing that we keep 4 of those 5 priorities for the long session. The one that we did remove is capital needs for our Helene impacted districts, because as of now, it seems like what the General Assembly's appropriated is meeting the need there. So of course, keeping investing in raising teacher and educator pay, which I know for the superintendent is one of his top priorities. I think it's one of the top priorities for the board as well. Reforming the principal pay plan, helping to address the $13 billion school construction needs across the state, and then placing a moratorium on the expansion of opportunity scholarships beginning in the 26-27 school year. Just to give you a little bit of information about where we are in terms of teacher pay or teacher salaries, based on data from the 23-24 school year, which is the most recent sort of final data, if you will, from that's available nationally. We ranked 43rd nationally in teacher pay, average teacher pay at $58,292. Based on DPI's calculations, our average teacher salary for the 24-25 school year is $60,323. But when we look at ourselves among our neighbors in the 23-24 school year, our average teacher pay puts us 8th out of the 12 southeastern states. In the 22-23 school year, I believe we were 5th. And then as recent a few years ago, we were as high as 3rd, I believe. So we've clearly fallen behind. And fallen behind some of our closest neighbors, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Alabama, all have now average teacher pay that's higher than us. That $60,323, the National Education Association, which publishes the national data, does do an estimate of the 24-25 school year. If all those estimates hold, we'll continue to be around 8th in the Southeast. And then Best in C actually looks at average teacher pay adjusted for cost of living in each state. And when they do that, we then rank 10th out of the 12 southeastern states. So cost of living adjusted pay, we fall even farther behind. And then another interesting thing that Best in C has done is they've looked at average teacher pay when adjusted for inflation. And in the 23-24 school year, our average teacher pay when adjusted for inflation actually falls below the average teacher pay in the 2013-2014 school year, which was around the time when the General Assembly started making significant investments in teacher pay. So those investments made a difference. You can see that chart went up significantly when you adjust for inflation, but we haven't kept pace over time. And so now average teacher pay is below what it was 10 years ago when you adjust for inflation.
Stopping on that slide for one moment, it's important for context to note that between 2008 and 2013-14, we slid below inflation. So we're starting from sliding below inflation after having slid below inflation significantly for 5 or 6 years before that. So put in context, it's even worse than it appears, which is not a good appearance in the first place.
Right. So to move on to our proposed budget requests. So the next 2 slides are what we're proposing as our short session priorities. These are 12 items that are sort of top of the list, if you will, for this year. The first two are the two items that the General Assembly actually included in the House and the Senate version of the budget in some form, expanding the Dibbles diagnostics to grades 4 and 5, and then expanding literacy professional development support to grades 6 through 8. The next is implementing the exceptional children weighted funding model. In 2023, I believe it was, the General Assembly directed DPI to develop a model for funding students with disabilities that was based on the students' intensity of service and the needs that are there. This funding formula, fully implement it, the estimate last year was a little over $89 million in recurring funds and then $109 million in non-recurring, which would be a maintenance of effort stabilization fund, because as you shift to the new formula, there'll be some districts who will fall below the amount of money that they were putting in from the previous year. Our team is currently working to update those estimates. Those estimates are based on 2024, the count of students with disabilities in our schools in 2024. We'll have updated numbers to share with the General Assembly, but they were not ready yet for today. The next two items are the advanced teaching roles, salary supplements, and then expanding the grants. The $26,571,000 is the estimate for how much will be needed to provide the salary supplements for all public schools who will be implementing advanced teaching roles next year. There's a little bit over 600 that are anticipated across 34 districts. Our team's also working to update that. That's based on also 2025 data, so getting 2026 data from our school districts. So we may have an updated number. Likely won't change that much, but that would fully cover the need there. And then the grants expansion, the $2 million would be additional funds for the state board to award advanced teaching roles grants for districts that apply. The next is to increase the amount of funding for school health personnel. These are funds that districts can use for hiring more nurses, counselors, social workers, and psychologists. That $64 million would be a 20% increase in the allotment, so it'd be several hundred positions that could be funded out of that money across the state. The next set of short session priorities, additional state funds for the federal E-rate match. The state DPI uses federal E-rate dollars from the FCC to help cover the cost for broadband internet access in all of our schools. We are anticipating an increase in the match requirement, and so this money would help to cover that match so that we could continue to draw down the maximum amount of dollars that we're eligible for. The next would be to expand our support for beginning teacher support programs across the state. This $500,000 recurring and $750,000 non-recurring would broaden our ability to help support beginning teachers and districts and their support for beginning teachers, as well as evaluate beginning teacher support programs across the state. The next three are all new items that were not on the agenda last year. So all of the items we just talked about were on the board and DPI's agenda last year. The General Assembly, in both versions of their budget, did include a provision to revise how we provide funding for limited English proficiency students. Currently, that formula is structured so that every school district gets a certain amount of money based on the number of LEP students they serve. Plus, if there's a certain high concentration of students, then they get some additional funding. Now that there are so many LEP students across the state in all districts, that concentration factor is not as effective as it used to be. So the idea is to just move to a set dollar amount per LEP student and remove that concentration factor. And so our team here has fully in support of that. It would actually greatly go a long way to help improving the formula, but we do need a tiny amount of money to make sure that any school districts that may lose some funding can be held harmless for at least the next year. So that's what that $200,000 is. And then the next two are helping to address that school construction need. And these are also areas where the General Assembly did include a small amount of funding in both versions of the budget. The Needs-Based Public School Capital Fund, that's a grant-funded, a program that provides grants to primarily economically distressed counties for school repair and construction needs, replacement needs and construction needs across the state. This past year, we had just under $400 million available, and DPI awarded 10 grants for that $400 million, but we had 92 grant requests for $2 billion in school construction needs. And a lot of the counties that did not get funding clearly are economically distressed and in need of support. So we're requesting or proposing to request $117 million in additional funds that would actually greatly increase the amount of money available for grants in a given year, and hopefully increase the number of grants can be awarded. It's still a drop in the bucket of the total need, but this program has been quite successful in supporting districts with their needs and primarily economically distressed. I believe over the 7, 8, 9 years the program's been in existence, it's awarded almost $2 billion in grants. So that $117 million would help if we can get it. And then the last is there's also a public school repair and renovation fund that the General Assembly has set up with money that goes out to districts for just repair and renovations of existing buildings. We're requesting a $25 million increase in that. It's currently a $50 million fund. The General Assembly did include $20 million in both versions of the budget for this. So it's aligned with what they've proposed and just a little bit more, and could go a long way to helping address some needs.
A quick question about that.
Yes.
That money be used for the CTE spaces that we just talked about?
It's a good question. We can find out. So. Those are the 12 sort of short session priority items. If there's no other questions, we can move on to the list of ongoing priorities that we're proposing as well.
I do have a question, Mr. Hall. I guess I can ask it.
Yes, proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Coltrane, for this is such a good presentation every month. My question about the EC weighted formula, I'm wondering, would that formula account for like shifts in headcount, the biannual headcount that's done on EC students? Would the formula be connected to that in any way? Because some kids are in and out of programs.
Yes, it would be. And I'm happy to give a high level explanation of it, and then we can arrange for a more detailed explanation from the experts. Currently, the way that we provide funding for students with disabilities is based strictly on a head count. So the number of students that are identified or have an IEP for exceptional children's services, but it's capped at 13% of average daily membership. So if a school district serves 14% of their children with exceptional needs, they only get funding for 13%. And it's a flat dollar amount no matter what services the student receives. I believe it's just under $5,600 a student this year. This new formula would move us to, it would keep the head count, which is important, but it would create 3 category levels of funding that students receive. So the first category level is sort of students with the lowest level of services of needs. From my own teaching days, I'm thinking of this as the student who maybe gets 30 minutes of speech a week, but they're in my classroom for the remainder of the time. The second category are students that have much more resource-intensive needs, but they're not fully in a self-contained classroom. So students who may spend part of the day in an EC classroom and then part of the day in the regular classroom, or have varying levels of services beyond that. And then the third category are students that are fully self-contained and have sort of the highest needs of services. You can envision these are students that may require a full-time aide or some other kind of special support. And so the formula is set up so that you're able to see based on the child's IEP, what that level of service is, and then the count of students in each of those categories. And then the dollar amounts are all based on an estimate of the amount of children that would be necessary for the caseload for that. So like you can envision that students with the highest level of category, it's going to be a much smaller class size and vice versa. And so it does still include the head count. It would adjust, I think, every year based on the head count, but it's based on the head count of students, how they fall into those different service categories. And the service categories are based on federal definitions and, of course, the child's IEP. And Dr. Oxendine, I'm happy to, I think our team's working on some models that you could look at and some other things that we can show you so that we can walk through that if you're interested in learning more.
Very good. I'm just going to take 15 seconds and say, and maybe this will never come into play. I hope it would not. I hope that the funding, the amount per whatever the category is for the student, I hope that would not, the funding, the amount coming would not, cause one to say, if we lower the head count, let's say kids need to come out of a program. I hope this would not incentivize maintaining kids in service, whatever category, just for funding purposes, when really and truly they may qualify to move out of the EC. Do you hear what I'm not being clear?
No, I understand the idea that somebody could, or not somebody, a district could try to keep children in exceptional services so that they're not losing funding, essentially, when the services may no longer be needed.
Exactly, and I am almost ashamed to even articulate it, but I just hope that would not be the case.
I think it's a very good point to make, and I think it's one that whenever there's any discussion about a weighted funding formula, that's always the question I think that comes up. I think a couple of things to think about there is, one is because it's based on a student's IEP, there's federal law, federal definitions that sort of drive all of that. And then our EC team here at DPI is regularly doing monitoring and audits and making sure that districts are complying with federal law. And so you do have some of those checks and balances on that concern, so that if a district was trying to do that, I think it would be noticed in all the other requirements that our teams here at DPI do.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Great. So for the ongoing priorities, all of these items are items that the board approved last year for the long session. So there's no new items here. There is one item that we want to get some feedback from you on about which direction to go. So we'll get to that in just a second. But the first is more funding for the Student Transportation Information Management System. This is a system that's used by school districts across the state for managing transportation. Providing school breakfast and lunch at no cost to students across the state, converting the current school resource officer grants, which are now administered by the Center for Safer Schools over at the State Bureau of Investigation, but converting that to an appropriation-based formula instead of a grant. Increasing support for low-performing schools, which has been a long-standing priority of DPI and the state board. Implementing a K-8 math screener. This would be similar to the Dibbles diagnostic that we use for literacy, but use it for math, and would be a start towards moving towards a math instruction initiative. High impact tutoring support for low performing school districts. This was an item that the board requested last year. That would support high impact tutoring programs in our 23 lowest performing districts. There's two positions that our legal team has been needing: a professional misconduct investigator and a rulemaking coordinator. On the next slide, this first item is the one where we would like to get some feedback on what direction the board would want to go. So last year, the board proposed about $152 million for refreshing devices across the state for one-to-one purposes. That estimate was for all K-12 students across the state, so a device for every student in every school district. And the refresh would be over 4 years. So that 152 million would essentially buy a quarter of the devices needed each year, so that over the course of 4 years, all the devices are refreshed. We receive feedback, and then I know there's been discussions at the board table about one-to-one devices, and is it the best approach for making sure that every student has a device K-12, or should we think about it a little differently? There obviously was the bill that passed about wireless devices in our schools. And so wanted to come to you with some alternative proposals for your consideration. One is we can keep the K-12 one-to-one devices. This year, the estimate would be about a little over 150 million. There has been some pushback legislatively on, do we need to be refreshing all devices for all students, or is there some expectation, from local districts, or maybe that we don't have one-to-one devices for all students? The other two proposals, if the board wanted to move in a different direction, is to look at a device refresh just for 3rd through 12th grade. And the primary reason for that is that all of our end of course and end of grade tests now are administered on a computer. So those tests start in 3rd grade. So obviously having refreshed devices for all students that are in tested grades would be beneficial. The last estimate, so that estimate would be about 117 million a year, again, over 4 years. The last estimate would be to just focus on upper grade students who may be using devices more, and where maybe, again, from an instructional perspective, may be considered more appropriate. We'd just be focusing on 6th through 12th grade devices at $82 million. So welcome board discussion on that topic, maybe after we finish running through this, and sort of what direction the board would like to go. The next few items, school cybersecurity support. This is continuing to support cybersecurity infrastructure across our school districts. School business systems modernization, 45 million that would continue to help support districts as they move to improve or upgraded finance and human resource systems. Single sign-on upgrades for Infinite Campus and other shared IT services. So last year, one of our requests was for a little over $16 million for both Infinite Campus and this single sign-on upgrades. So currently, whenever a student or an educator goes to log in to Infinite Campus or any of the other shared IT services we have across the state, they only have to use one ID, one password. And so they don't have to remember all the different passwords for other programs. And so that system, though, hasn't been upgraded, or our contract, the system hasn't been upgraded for a number of years. So this is an estimate for what it would take to upgrade that system once we move forward with that. And then the last two are some needs here at the department around our Department of Information Technology billing and Google and Microsoft 365 requirements, that additional costs. So on the next slide, these are the two key questions for discussion today, is what feedback do you have on the proposed priorities? And then specifically on the one-to-one device refresh option, what direction would the board recommend we go in terms of that request?
Okay, fellow board members, now's the time for any input that you would like to have concerning this request coming from Mr. Coltrane. The floor is open.
Mr. Hall, I believe we have a comment from Dr. Williamson.
Yes, thank you. Great priorities. We really have a positive impact. I do want to address the technology, the K-12 issue. That is a need. We all recognize that kindergarten kids in our classrooms now walk in with technology skills. So those devices really make a difference. Tutoring during the day, which is part of the part, we need devices to do that. And so certainly my recommendation is K-12 refresh.
Thank you, Dr. Williamson. And Ms. Kamnitz, I believe you have a comment.
Actually, one of the things what I was going to say is I'd like to hear from folks on that side about the actual, particularly the elementary school use and the need for one-on-one devices, because I'm not an expert on that. You are.
Ms. Spears?
Thank you for sharing all these priorities. I'm reminded I was in a first grade classroom recently and they were having a lesson about needs and wants. And it was really interesting because, you know, that's a concept that looks different sometimes depending on your privilege. And I really appreciate the way that you have streamlined the big dream list of the long session to get down to what are truly needs. And I will say that device refresh is an absolute need. Across our state right now, we are in periods of remote learning. And in my district, high school students have devices, but on remote learning days, other children do not. And the reason those hard decisions were made is to keep the devices working order long enough to last. And I think that is very common and very true. You can see it all over social media in the way that parents are interacting. I saw a high school student that I just know that was in our school, and he was trying to do his work from a phone in Canvas, which you can imagine if you're familiar with Canvas, right? Ian, it's not the place you want to do that kind of work. So I think access is super important. So of course, dream big, but in reality, I mean, I do think scaling down to 312, if that is a way to get closer to the funding, because we're at a place of zero. And that is going to become urgent and a need that has got to be filled. We do so much assessment that is based. I mean, a third grade student's M-class assessment, and frankly, a kindergarten and first grade too, they can't do their M-class assessment without a device because there is an online portion for all of that with M-class. So I do see that is a need, not a want. And I think it's important to clarify that to our lawmakers so they understand. I'm trying to remember, it's like 75% of LEAs don't have the funds. We heard that at the last meeting or something. That might be a wrong number, but that's a factor. I also want to speak for a second, and one is a question. As you were talking about weighted EC funding, you mentioned the cap, and that move towards the weighting funded model, would that remove the cap?
It would. So all students identified with disabilities would receive funding based on those three categories versus where we currently are. Thank you for that question, because I did not say that. So,
well, I think that is an important ask to have in. Every conversation that I am in with other principals is about how we don't have the resources to meet the needs of our students. Every conversation I'm in with superintendents, one of them mentions that EC funding is a major factor in our ability to meet our students' needs. And so I think it's important to include that. I really appreciate too the historical pay perspective that you included, because the reality is teachers in January, principals in January this year, custodians, bus drivers, we make less this year than we did previously because of not just inflation and where our money won't go, which of course impacts everyone, but specifically our health insurance costs. And I think those are very real factors. And I just cannot in good faith sit at this table and advocate for paying teachers and principals better without also advocating for our classified staff. The custodians, our bus drivers, our cafeteria staff, they are part of our ecosystem. And we can't do any of our work without their support. And I feel that's an important thing to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spears. Yes, certainly our pay situation is not the way to run a successful business, much less a school system. Ms. Moore?
Thank you. On the device refresh, I would just, I don't know to what extent we got any feedback from superintendents about their needs, because the distribution and priorities around whether or not they are allocating funds for elementary devices, K2, and what those devices are versus what they look like at 3.5 or 6.12 changes what those needs are. So, allocating or requesting the full-on amount of $150 million, I don't know if we'd actually spend that much in a given year based on what districts are doing. And, right now we're giving them nothing. So there's not any recurring funds from any source for this. I guess, really what I would be interested in is what do our superintendents recommend? They might land on K-12 because every district is different and has different priorities, and whether or not the devices are take-home devices really has no bearing on whether or not you have one-to-one devices in school buildings that are allocated in classrooms across all of the buildings. So the need is still there. So I'm conflicted that I don't have a recommendation because I would be asking all of my superintendent colleagues what they wanted to do. I did want to say about I agree in general that the school's business systems modernization is an ongoing priority versus a short session priority. But I cannot stress enough the fact that antiquated, outdated financial and budgetary systems in schools is a problem. And this has been languishing for 10 years or more. So, to the extent that we are putting pressure on districts around the expectations we have of how budgets are being managed, given the visibility of missteps that have happened across the state, without providing them the tools to address it, given the dearth of candidates in CFO and other financial roles in districts. I feel like this is going to be an ongoing issue that we know where additional support is needed and we're just unable to provide it.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ms. Jones?
Back to the device conversation. I think it's directly tied to everything we just applauded in the CTE conversation. Those outcomes cannot occur without appropriate devices for our students and our teachers. So much of the CTE work, while people are having the conversation around vocational and the trades and so on and so forth, I think it's imperative that all of our stakeholders understand that vocational work cannot happen without the technological hardware necessary for it to happen. Our foods classes, our shops classes, our most hands-on classes still require our students to have technological knowledge and hands-on experience, and that happens when we have appropriate devices. I just wanted to link those two because I think in popular conversation they are being pitted against each other. Like if we just return to X, we won't need Y. And that's simply not the world that our students are going to have to function in. Even our students gaining all of these outstanding credentials do so using technology.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, and I completely agree with some kind of device refresh. And I think that's important for each district. I think we do need to get feedback from the district. So I definitely agree with Ms. Moore, but it's hard for me to sit here as a principal and not say that when we spend money on new devices, we also need to spend money on training the teachers to use the devices in the classroom. It's not just giving a staff member a device and it fixes everything. We have to put some money in the training. I have seen disasters happen when you give people new devices and there's no training.
Ms. Worley?
I was just going to comment on the piece about the devices as well, and piggybacking on some of the things that Ms. Jones said. We're talking about preparing our kids to be career ready, future ready, life ready, whatever. This is a part of it, of where it is right now. You have to have a device to be able to function. And then, we have this rule that, well, they can't have their phones in school. Okay, well, they can't do it on their phones. So their device, they have to have this device at all levels to be able to perform and to meet the expectations at any grade level. So, and I do see that this says a refresh over 4 years, because the one comment earlier was 150 million for a year, but this is over 4 years. And I would just advocate as well for the K-12 device refresh over 4 years, because you got to have it at every level. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worley. Vice Chair Duncan?
2 or 3 comments. The first one on EC funding. There are a lot of advantages to trying to go to this new model potentially, but we also don't know how the new model will play out in terms of what the total funds are. And I think our staff has spent a tremendous amount of time working very Part of that, this board has discussed it a lot over time, but until we see it in operation, we still need to have concerns about, how does it work? And that would be true about anything. Second thing is there's sort of an overwhelming theme here. We're listing in short-term priorities a series of things that we've heard passionate appeals from our educators and others, that they're not wants, they're needs. And so we have needs here on the short-term list, and now we're really trying to prioritize. What we're really being asked to do is to prioritize short list of needs. And let's put that in a different framework. Let's look at inflation as it's affected our teacher compensation, our administrators' compensation, our principals' compensation, and our employees throughout the course of the building. From the bus driver to the folks who fixed our great meals to go right down the list. It's gone down in terms of inflation over the last 15 years. Then take a look at what we're looking at in technology. Off the charts up in inflation over the last 15 years. So we start to talk about societal priorities, we're out of whack badly. And so, one of the questions that we, have to ask is, we're in needs of technology, which has been made abundantly clear. When are we going to have some sense of responsibility from technology companies as they look at the future of our country, which is our children, in terms of how we can get things more reasonably priced and or have less planned obsolescence so that we're not looking at 4-year refresh periods as opposed to longer refresh periods? I think those are all fair questions to ask about all this. But bottom line, we're not going to get done what we need to get done if we don't specifically address the needs of our children. And when we have these needs that are put out there in a way that they don't seem fully children-centered in terms of the purchasing process, the cost of goods, the inflation that's going on, and don't seem centered on supporting our educators, because let's just look at what has happened to our educators and our school employees over the last 15 years. We need to stop and become a little more thoughtful and increase the commentary about where our priorities are. And that's what this brings out as clear as it could be.
Thank you, Vice Chair Duncan. Mr. House?
Thank you, Chair Davis. I appreciate the discussion and agree with all the points. I did want to kind of go off of what Dr. Williams said, what you stated earlier relating to devices and kind of especially for the younger grades with like tutoring and extra resources. I think the power of these digital tools, especially from grades 3 through 5, right? Students have access to platforms for districts who can afford them to allow them to enrich themselves in curriculum that can adjust to their learning abilities in real time, even if they don't have a teacher in that classroom, just doing the practice at home. And Ms. Spears is absolutely right with the remote learning piece. I think I looked today and I saw that no district had school yesterday. It was all remote or off. So the reality is for remote learning, I was talking to an elementary school student. He did not have a laptop. He couldn't do it. So he was just not learning. I mean, because he didn't have the laptop. And there are reasons why they can't bring the laptop from school. But I think it's still a valid concern. And I also thought back to when I surveyed students in 2 Decembers ago relating to cell phones in schools. And one of the things they reminded me was that relating to technology is that they want to be aligned to society. They want to do whatever they're doing to align with what is the reality when they exit high school, exit K-12 education, and that is laptops. That is the future. And also on the school health personnel, I also thought back and kind of what Ms. Jones said relating to what we heard, the great news with CTE credentialing. It also is for CTE pathways and other pathways. It's the counselors who can guide the students to do that. But if our ratio is not 1 to 250, there is not ample guidance that can be provided to students. So I really appreciate the health personnel allotment funding for that too.
Thank you, Mr. House. Mr. Hall, that concludes all the comments that I see.
Dr. Dye?
Yes, I do have a quick comment. Thank you, Mr. Hall. One thing is for certain, we're not going to ever close the door on a digital world. We're not going to put the toothpaste back in the tube on this. But I think that what comes to mind to me as I listen to the discussion and also the options that Mr. Coltrane has presented, I have to go back to last month's meeting and the book that was beside in front of our chairs, the Digital Delusion. I have begun reading it about halfway through, and most of you, I would imagine many of you have begun also exploring the really provocative information in that book that talks about the effects of so much face-to-face time with digital devices and the effects on the brain, the how it has impacted a generation, almost a full generation of kids who are not as cognitively strong as their parents and certainly their grandparents. But I know all of that is not going to put the toothpaste back in the tube. What I think that would help me is to have a bit more information, certainly from our superintendents, but some information from our principals and teachers in terms of how much time during the 6-hour day do students spend in front of devices. And and I know in some cases we won't be able to escape using digital devices. For instance, in our assessments, EOGs, EOCs, and perhaps even with our check-ins. I'm not sure to what extent we just have to have these devices. But it would help me to know about how much of the day is spent, students spend facing devices. And the other question that I have that would get to begin to explore this funding issue a little bit. I wonder to what extent do our funds that go to our CTE programs, such as the state and federal dollars, could some of those funds be used to refresh devices that are used in our CTE programs? Because that may have an effect on how much money we really need. If I had to choose between the options that Mr. Coltrane presented to us today in terms of grade spans, I would probably choose the 3 through 12. And a lot of that is generated from the little bit of reading that I've done in the book, The Digital Delusion. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Oxidine and Mr. Chairman, and thank you for helping to identify those who wanted to speak. My question is, at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, we have it down on first read. Because of the issues, and Jill, please, if you have comments to make, please chime in. But should we remove it off of the action on first read until we hear back from some of these concerns? But Mr. Coltrane, what about the Office of Management and Budget? When will they be asking for this data?
Could you repeat that, Mr. Hall? I'm sorry.
I was concerned about the Office of Management and Budget, and when they ask for certain data or funding requests coming from us for their use or how they deal with it. Will we be on time? When they normally request?
So the Office of State Budget Management, I believe their deadline request was end of this week, I believe, for items. But we, because of our process with working with the board and everything, we had let them know that they may be late. And so if we need more time and want to present it to them in March, I think we could. We can also share with them the draft that we have. But that's usually the timeline for the Office of State Budget Management is the beginning of February.
So we do have some time in there just in case. I'm sorry. Who was that?
Sorry, it's Jill. Ms. Kamnitz.
Go right ahead.
To add to your question, Mr. Hall, there's a joint education committee's February 10th or so.
Yes.
So is it a problem that we wouldn't have this for that meeting or?
No, they will not be discussing the budget.
Okay.
They will not be discussing budget requests at that meeting. So our deadline for the budget requests are to get them to the Office of State Budget Management for the governor's consideration for his budget, which will be coming out in March or April likely. So.
Yeah, if we can afford the time, I think that this doesn't give us much time to consider and get feedback.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, listening to the concerns, and we don't have much time, but we do have some time. I think we should wait and see what information we can and come back in March with a request for approval. But I'm gonna leave it in your lap.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I want to be thoughtful, but at the same time, we all know how the General Assembly, how fast they move. And we don't know what's going on right now that we might be needing to have conversations with the right legislators to get ahead of that steamroll that's going to roll through the short session. So while I appreciate the desire for more knowledge and questions and so forth, I think we need to move. Superintendent, what's your perspective on this?
So I actually agree with you, Chair Davis. To the extent that we can move, I think it would be beneficial for us to have a finalized set of priorities. I recognize that we did leave open a question, particularly around devices. And so, yeah, it feels to me at a minimum, we're going to ask for some level of resources for device refresh. And if that minor thing, not minor, but if that more discrete thing we need to come back with what the dollar amount is, then that might be a way to approach it. But I would like for us, if we otherwise can move forward, to move forward.
Ms. Camden.
As far as the devices go, why not start at K-12 and we can always back off from that if if you start off with 312, you're not going to get, so I would say that, but also I don't know if how anybody else feels, but I do have a niggly problem with the classified staff and that we aren't asking for anything either in the short priorities or the long term to address those issues. And I would like us to think about that.
I agree with you on the K-12 device idea. We could come back with feedback next month, but clearly it's a priority. So you approve it as a priority and then figuring out, I think, like Superintendent Green said, what the range might be. On the overall priorities, we have increasing or investing in raising teacher and educator pay. The educator's meant to be inclusive, but we could make that more explicit.
I would do that.
Okay, so.
Okay. Well, I think I have, Mr. Chairman, this will be brought forth tomorrow for action on first reading.
Very good. Mr.
There are some policy non-budget requests that are included here, but given where we are on time, Mr. Farr and I discussed that maybe we could discuss those tomorrow, so we can keep the meeting moving if that works. So.
Yeah, that would work fine, as well as making sure it's clear what the motion will be concerning the priorities.
Correct. Absolutely.
Choices we've made.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else on this item? Mr. Coltrane, thank you again for your team's terrific work on this. We appreciate the partnership. Team, that concludes our work for the morning. We'll now take a break for lunch and be back at 1:15. But I want to note that our superintendent will be holding a press conference downstairs in room 150 to not only celebrate the terrific gains in career and technical education that we've heard about in this meeting, but also to continue to better inform our parents, business leaders, and all taxpayers about how our public schools are continuing to contribute to the economic development and stability across our state. Whatever gains we have today in our economy are due to past investments in our public schools, not due to any short-term changes in tax policy, in my opinion. So we look forward to that press conference, which will begin momentarily in room 150. We'll adjourn and be back at 1:15. 1:15.
I will. Bye. Bye.
Good afternoon. We're back in session, and leading off the afternoon is the Healthy Responsible Students Committee led by Mr. Reginald Keenan. Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Ms. Wendell Hall, who's my co-chair in the matter of HRS. We bring two items. First will be the discussion item, and then we have a consent item. But the discussion item, Dr. Michael Marr will come before us, and he will give us a report to the General Assembly 24-25 annual report on discipline, alternative learning placement, and dropout. Take it away, Dr. Morris.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Good afternoon, Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, Superintendent Green, members of the board and advisors. I'm excited after lunch to bring you this year's annual report on discipline, alternative learning, and dropouts. I'll talk a little bit about the name and the name change, and I'll be joined, we'll turn this over at some point to Dr. Dietrich to also present today. And so he and I are going to kind of tag team this together. Before I get started, I want to be sure to thank Amy Powell-Moman. So Amy works, as you know, in Dr. Dietrich's office. She is the one who compiles this data for us. It is a huge effort on her part to pull it all together for us. And then I also want to thank Dr. Sean Kellogg, who worked with us as well on some of the data analysis and in thinking about this data. And so the four of us really have been meeting since late summer on this report. And so it actually ramps up into the fall and then the last couple of weeks. So with that, we'll get started. So this is the annual report on discipline, dropout, alternative learning, and you'll see it includes 6 components. So one of the reasons that this is one of the longer reports that we send to the General Assembly, it is school crime and violence, uses of corporal punishment, reassignments for disciplinary reasons, suspensions and expulsions, alternative learning placements, and lastly, dropout rates. Okay, these are required by session law. There are several changes to the report this year. You may remember Dr. Dietrich and I sort of took over this report last year, made some adjustments to it, and this year we have some more substantive adjustments. So the first is a new title. So it was formerly called the Consolidated Data Report, but actually one of the things we were talking about is you hear all kinds of consolidated data reports. I think Mr. Michaels was talking about a consolidated data for CTE. There's a consolidated data on teacher bonus. Consolidated data doesn't really tell you anything. So we have retitled this report to reflect what the report actually is. The report, which is in excess of 150 pages, I believe, it's still the full report that we will send to the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee. What we have done this year is we've added executive summaries with highlights at the beginning of the report. All of the full tables and all of the charts are still in the report. So we don't want anyone to suggest that we have pulled any of the data out. It still exists. It is in the report. The presentation today focuses on some of the key data elements and what those data elements mean for public schools. And finally, the COVID years are in the report, but for today's presentation, we are focused on the years following COVID, so the post-COVID years. Okay. So first, incidents are reported to DPI through the student information system. That includes any disciplinary incident that results in an incident that results in the following regardless of the behavior, right? So it's corporal punishment, suspensions, assignments, out-of-school suspensions, and expulsions. There are, as you will see in the report, 9 violent crimes and 7 reportable crimes, and we break those out for you as well. Enrollments in alternative learning programs and school for academic and disciplinary reasons are included, as well as dropout data on students of compulsory attendance age. So our purpose is to provide you aggregated and disaggregated summary data of public school unit reported incidents. This allows us to do some comparative analyses of student discipline and dropout outcomes. And what you'll see in the report are this idea of numbers, right? The number of instances in which an event occurred versus a rate. The rate is the more accurate way to make a comparison because it includes adjustments for the size of the group being observed, right? And so if there is a reduction or an increase in a group, the rate is going to matter more than the N. Okay, some cautions and limitations. And so I shared these as well last year. So This is a multi-year data analysis, and so of course there is a COVID-19 impact on data. One of the reasons you do not see that is while that data is still valid and reliable, it's not necessarily reflective of what we saw pre and post pandemic. Students were not in school full time. The data you're not able to draw comparisons between what happened during those COVID years. Additionally, we want to have folks exercise some caution when you compare pre-COVID rates to post-COVID rates. I think you've heard over and over from presenters about how the context of the educational environment has changed post-COVID. And so we want to be aware of that and mindful of that. And then finally, in 24-25, DPI began with a new student information system. And so this data includes elements from both PowerSchool and the NC-SIS powered by Infinite Campus. So it's both. And then lastly, I just want to talk again briefly about this idea of confirmation bias. You might remember I brought this up last year. I talked a little bit about airline delays to make this kind of reference around what it means, what confirmation bias. And I want to bring that back to you for a very particular reason. And it's because it shapes how we hear evidence, particularly when a topic is emotionally charged, like school safety. So this isn't about questioning people's intentions or experiences. It's about recognizing how we think about data in light of the experience. And so with this idea of confirmation bias, what it often looks like is we seek to look for explanations that confirm what we already believe, right? We discount or explain away evidence that perhaps contradicts what we already believe. And we remember vivid and emotional examples much more easily than base rates or aggregated data. And so it's not like a human character flaw, it's the way brains work. And so I want us to recognize that as we think about this data. So when we think about school confirmation bias and school discipline data, if folks believe that schools are increasingly violent, then there's no shortage of evidence for them to draw on. Look at media coverage of extreme incidents, social media amplification, political narratives, or personal stories. Those inputs are real, they matter, and they're emotionally powerful, but they're not the same thing as being representative. Okay? So we move to the next slide. So as we get started, let me be really clear. Any act of violence in a school is unacceptable. Student safety is non-negotiable. And nothing in this data or presentation is intended to minimize harm or dismiss legitimate concerns. The purpose of this report is to provide information, analysis, and develop some recommendations for improvement. Okay, so thank you, Ruby. So I mentioned at the outset there are 9 violent crimes. So these are identified in statute. Right? And so they range from assault resulting in serious injury down to indecent liberties. There are 7 reportable crimes, and that includes also assault on personnel, but this would be assault that does not result in injury, down to possession of weapons or possession of controlled substances. Okay, so now let's dig into the data. We're going to give you the full picture here. So what we see here, there were 11,470 total acts of violent reportable crimes statewide. Those acts involved 9,966 unique students. That's out of approximately 1.5 million students statewide. So that represents roughly 0.66% of the student population. In short, that means that more than 99% of students in our public schools were not involved in any violent or reportable offense during the school year. More than 99% not involved. When we look across schools, most report few or zero incidents. And when we standardize by enrollment, we see our rates are stable or declining. The 0 to 5 category reflects the typical school experience. The long right tail you see there, Rather than having a wide middle, when we see this, we talk about concentration and not a system-wide pattern. If this had been flatter across, we would see that as a systemic or system-wide pattern. What we see here is a concentration. And again, important to note that 0 to 5 that represents the typical experience. So now we'll dig a little bit into what these incidents actually are, because when you hear acts of crime and violence, it is natural to picture the most extreme scenario. However, when we look at these data, the majority of the acts are possession-related offenses, particularly controlled substances. So by contrast, violent crimes account for a very small share of all the reported incidents. The rate there is 0.196 violent crimes per 1,000 students. Right? Very small. So while every incident matters, the data show that severe violence is rare, and the most common challenges schools are managing are behavioral and substance related, not widespread physical harm. So any policy or procedure or programmatic recommendation we make should be proportional to that evidence. Okay, so next we'll look at acts of crime and violence by grade level. What you see here are how these reported acts of crime and violence are distributed by grade level. You'll also notice that some incidents reported at the elementary level, particularly in categories like assault on school personnel or weapons. At the elementary level, those categories are typically low frequency and developmentally different in nature. They often involve impulsive behavior, minor physical contact, or objects that meet the reporting requirement, but are not necessarily associated with serious injury. That context is really important because it reinforces our distinction between reporting categories, which are broadly defined, and the severity of harm, which varies widely within those categories. So our overall pattern holds. We see rates increasing in the middle grades and peak in early high school. On the next slide, we're looking at violent and reportable crimes in schools. Again, sorry, thanks, Ruben. This shows us what the data looks like by student subgroup. Across the data, the same subgroups appear at higher rates, including students with disabilities, Black students, economically disadvantaged students, and male students. And I want to be clear, these are descriptive patterns. They are not causal explanations. The same pattern shows up across multiple education outcomes, including attendance, course and test performance, and dropout, not just discipline. So that tells us that discipline is not a standalone issue. Effective solutions need to connect attendance, behavior, academic support, and student services. We can't just address what you see in this table. But what's equally important here, and maybe more important, is the direction of change. Across the same subgroups, rates have declined over the past 2 years, and in many cases by double digits. So this is a picture of both persistent disparities, but also meaningful progress. And if we focus only on the levels, then we miss, right? Then we miss the trend. And I think that's really important because both matter in this context if we're going to respond effectively. Dr. Dietrich is going to come up and talk a little bit about corporal punishment and the next few categories for us.
Good afternoon. I get tagged in at corporal punishment. I am very happy to say that for the 7th consecutive year that there are 0 reported acts across the state of corporal punishment. So that will get us to move on to annual report on reassignments for disciplinary reasons. And there was some discussion of this last year, so I wanted to make sure I added a little more to this one. What we're talking about here are in-school suspension and alternative learning placement are the categories that we are addressing. And if you look at the next slide, I think it's a key number to report here is that number on the top, that 80.5% of PSUs had rates below the state rate. That is a significant number in my opinion. And then when you look at previous school years, you see that there are decreases to the previous academic year that involved 241,492 in-school suspensions of a half day or more. You see the 8.7% reduction in 23-24 and a 10.8% reduction in the rate of 1.56.53 per 1,000 students. When you look at the 5 race, ethnicity, sex groups that were above the state rate of 1.5653, you see there that there are male, Black, 2 or more races, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. I think Dr. Marr started the conversation in a very good place, and this will continue it, because if you go to the next slide, please, what you'll see is if you look at the 2-year trend, those state rates decreased over a 1 and 2 year period. So we are seeing that same decrease over time, which is a good indication. Those are things that you want to see. You want to see these numbers continue to decrease. Next slide, please. In-school suspension, when you look at grade levels, this is the first slide where you will notice, as Dr. Marr said earlier, that he kind of expected to see kind of high school at the top and then middle school and then elementary school kind of go like in that downward trend from grade level. In this case, though, you'll see that middle school grade levels had a higher rate than both elementary and high school. You will also see in there, if you dig into those grade levels, that grade 7, grade 9, and grade 8 had the highest grade levels associated. And not to steal the show, but please remember those 3 grade levels and rates as we go through the presentation. Next, please. Now, if we shift to alternative learning placement as disciplinary action, you see that it decreased over the previous 2 academic years. You see that the rate decreased as well as the number of placements decreased. We only had 2,994 alternative learning placements as disciplinary action in this past school year. Again here, when you look at the number of PSUs that had 0 alternative learning placements, it was 83.5%. That also is a very high number. Next slide, please. When you look at who had the highest rates as far as alternative learning placement as a disciplinary action, you see that it is Black students, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander students, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged, and males. Now, what you also look at here is that you see all of those rates also go down in 4 out of 5 of those categories. So we're continuing to see that same trend. I do think it's important to note, because you see it here with Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander students, that's a 130.7% increase 1 year and a 40.7% increase over 2 years. I think you look at that number and you think that number is awful big. But when you have a small population, when you have any movement in either direction, like you do here with Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, I believe that the number was 100. If I remember correctly, it was less than 10. So if you look at that, any number up or down is going to have a pretty big size effect on the rate. Next slide, please. When you look at alternative learning as a discipline action from a grade level standpoint, you see that chart kind of mirrors what Dr. Marr talked earlier. You have high school at the top, middle grades, and then elementary grades. When you look at the rate by grade level per 1,000 students, grade 9, grade 10, and grade 8 were the highest grade levels by rate. Next slide, please. Now what we're looking at are your annual report of suspensions and expulsions. This is short-term, long-term, and expulsions. And when you get to short-term suspensions, what you find is that decline continues to decrease. We've now had a decrease in 2 academic years. There were 233,877 short-term suspensions with a rate of 145.411 short-term suspensions per 1,000. These are decreases in both rate and number by 8.6 in the number and a 10.6 decrease in the rate. Again, we're talking about small populations that are involved in this. So you're looking, when you look at that third bullet, you're looking at 8% of the student population. 123,011 individual students received one or more suspensions. And then if you look, sorry, if you go back one more, I think the average length to know is that 72.9% of them were 1 to 3 days in length for the short-term suspension. Thank you. Next, please. If you look at the short-term suspension by subgroup, you see that the highest rates across all subgroups were American Indian students, Black students, students with disabilities, 2 or more students. However, if we continue that same trend in the rates that we are looking at, you see that these trends decreased over time. This is another good positive indication that we're moving these students in the right direction because the rates continue to go down. Next, please. When you look at short-term suspensions by grade level, this is one of those where I wanted to make sure we brought your attention to, because as you can see there, middle school short-term suspensions the rate is highly elevated over the high school as well as the elementary school. And if you look at the highest rates of the individual grade level, you see it was grade 7, grade 9, and grade 8. I do think that as you look at the largest decreases, though, you also need to see that grade 9 is also in the largest decrease. So even though they were still at the highest rate, you can see that there's progress being made, that they had the largest decrease as well in both categories. Next slide, please. And now if you look at long-term suspensions, this is where the rate jumps. Most of the rates have been per 1,000. Currently now these rates are looking at per 100,000 for long-term suspension because they are so small numerically. There were 684 long-term suspensions were reported with a rate of 44.33. Those also are decreases in the number, 6.3% and 8.4% decrease in the rate from the previous school year. In total, 28,504 days of school were missed due to long-term suspensions. Next, please. This is where the trend is a little bit different. If you will notice in the rates here for the Black students, American Indian, 2 or more races, economically disadvantaged male students, and students with disabilities, if you look in the long-term suspension rates, there are positives and negatives. So some of these rates are going up, some are decreasing, but you don't see that wholesale decrease that we have seen in many of the other categories that we have reviewed. Next slide, please. And again, here, when you look at long-term suspensions, you see that 51% of the suspensions were high school grades. However, middle school grades had the highest rate of long-term suspensions at 79.84 per 100,000 students. And the highest numbers of suspensions were in grades 9 as well as in grade 8. Next, please. I want to make sure that we understand what we're looking at here. In this slide, you kind of have 2 categories that we've already discussed. You have long-term removals, long-term suspensions. Those are kids who are removed from the school. And then you have 2 students that are given the alternative method of going into alternative learning placement. And if you put those together, that's what you're looking at. That's why the top says long-term removals from homeschool, because it's looking at both long-term suspension as well as students who received alternative placement in lieu of long-term suspension. If you take the total number of those, if you look down right above the bottom where it says the rate for long-term suspensions for removals, if you include both groups in one, is 236.63. which is an increase in total long-term removals from homeschool by 10.3%. Next slide. If you look at expulsions in 24-25, there were 34 expulsions. That is 4 more than the previous years, but you can still see that it is a very, very, very small population or number that is expelled. Next, please. This includes all enrollments. This was another discussion that happened last year that I just wanted to encourage and look at. When you talk about these next series of slides, we are talking about students who may have enrolled, or families may have enrolled them in the alternative learning placement or program because they felt it was a better fit for their student, not just disciplinary reasons. So when you look at it from that perspective of a complete enrollment package for alternative learning, you can see that this also has been decreasing over the 24-25 school year when you look at previous years. And you can see the decreases there in 13.1% in the number and a 13.5% decrease in the rate. One things that we have added is if you look in the bottom left corner, just to make it very clear for you, you see the top 3 reasons why students enrolled in the alternative learning placement. What you see there is you have kind of the top 2. I think everybody was like, I see that. Top 2, you have, instead of long-term suspension with 34%, chronic misbehavior at 28.5%. But then you have that third bullet, 11.4% of the folks that enrolled in alternative learning placement or programs was student and or parent choice. So they chose to have their student go to that location. Next slide, please. And again, when you look at the rates for this, you see those the male, African American, Indian, Black, 2 or more races, and students with disabilities were all above the state rate. But what you see here are those decreases now again in both rates. So we are seeing a downward trend in rate there. Next slide. And now we're going to talk about dropout rates. Next slide. One thing I would like to point out to this is high school rates continue to decline, but grade 9 remains the primary risk point, which is something we talked about last year, and I have more information on that a little later. You're looking at a total of 10,478 students in grades 1 through 13 that dropped out of school in 24-25. That is total grades 1 through 13. We do keep track of students at elementary and middle school who also don't make it back to school. This is a whole number. We'll talk about those reasons here shortly, but please keep in mind, if you look at that in grades 1 through 13, you're looking at 7.36 students per 1,000 for everybody. And the dropout rate for high schools was 1.262 dropout events per 100 students. Now, I do think as we start talking about the reasons why, because I think that's important to look at, right? The top 3 reasons, 80.3% of the reasons why students ended up dropping out of school were because of attendance, unknown, they didn't know where they were, or they moved and their school status was unknown. So we know they went somewhere. Typically, that tends to be elementary. We know they went somewhere, but we never got a request for records to officially say that this student has enrolled at that school, so therefore we truly don't know where they are. Next slide. These are the dropout rates by grade level. And you can see the decrease in the dropout rates the last 2 academic years at the high school. But one thing you'll probably notice is there are some pretty big spikes in grades 1 through 4, 5 through 7, and grade 8 for this past school year. I think a couple factors went into that. One of the main factors I believe that has helped us with dropout is within our new student information system, we had the ability for districts to run their dropouts against the entire state and try to locate them across the entire state. So what that allowed them to do is get more accurate reporting on where students ended up or did not end up. So I think that helps clarify the records for them and account for some of those increases. One thing I do think it is worth noting is that grade 9 is the largest percentage. And if you'll notice last year, that was pointed out. And if you see that stair step, grade 9 had been going up for a while. This current year, grade 9 is the highest percentage, but they're also had the largest decrease at 5.4%. One of the questions I was asked last year was how many of those students were retained? The answer to that question is 46.2% of the total 9th grade dropouts were retained at least once before they dropped out in 9th grade. Next slide, please. And then if you look at the dropout rates continued, you see that amongst all subgroups, those were the highest percentages. And if you look at grades 9 through 12 with the highest percentage of dropouts, you see they mirror those subgroups. And then now I'm going to give it back to Dr. Moore to cover data trends. Okay.
All right, Ruben, thanks. So let's talk a little bit about the kind of the trends. And as we set this slide up, we're going to say first, scale matters. So across the system, the share of students involved in most serious discipline actions, alternative placements, acts of violence, reportable crime remains well under 1%. So you need to use that as an anchor as you think about all of the rest of this information. At the same time, when we look across the outcomes, we see the same patterns emerging. Across multiple sections of the report, higher rates tend to appear among the same student groups: students with disabilities, Black students, economically disadvantaged students, and male students. But again, remember, these are descriptive and not causal, right? And they're not unique to discipline. We see these same patterns across the education spectrum. We also see consistent grade level patterns. Rates tend to increase in middle grades. Grade 9 stands out, as Dr. Dietrich pointed out, as this key transition point. Elevated rates of discipline, alternative placements, and dropout. And so when we take this all together, it's not a picture of system-wide disorder, it's a picture of concentration, right? It's concentrated in specific grades, it's concentrated in key transition years, and among students who are already facing multiple overlapping challenges. So that consistency allows us to move from this kind of description to targeted evidence-based recommendations. Okay. Right, so then this helps us be a little more precise about our patterns across the report. Again, you see the groups and the consistent grade level patterns, and so that allows us to move to action. When you look at trends in the most common reportable offenses over time, across most categories, we see declines over both the 1 and 2 year period. So that includes overall acts of crime and violence, as well as several specific offense types. The key point here, controlled substance possession shows a small year-over-year increase. At this point, that change is modest, and it's a signal. It's not necessarily a broad shift. So take that with a grain of salt. But overall, the data continue to show the most common issues schools are managing involve substance use and behavior, not widespread physical harm. Okay, and that moves us to our recommendations. So this is new this year. We think that we see some in the analysis, there are some clear patterns. There's some clear indicators for us. And so we worked as a team to come up with some potential recommendations. So the first follows directly from the patterns we reviewed. Across multiple outcomes, the risk increases during key transition years, and particularly in grades 6 through 9, with grade 9 standing out as a consistent leverage point. So what we see here is a recommendation to establish a targeted middle to high school transition initiative launched by DPI across division with PSU involvement to focus on transition supports. The idea here would be to prioritize behavioral and academic interventions, early warning indicators, and then think about alignment of MTSS, PBIS, and dropout prevention strategies, particularly in grades 6 and 9. Okay? And that, of course, aligns to our strategic plan, Pillar 4, Focus 2, Action 5. Our second recommendation, again, Pillar 4, Focus 2, Action 4, is to expand our annual reporting to include advanced analyses and continued monitoring. So what we would like to do in the future with this report is introduce some longitudinal and cohort-based analyses, expand our school-level distribution analyses, and then examine the intersections across some of the domains. And this is going to be where Dr. Kellogg really comes in and with his expertise and the ability to look across some of these different domains and the intersection of the elements. And then finally, our third recommendation, do you want me to do it? Okay, so the third is really the focus of Dr. Dietrich's team, but it is to continue training for PSUs on discipline, alternative learning, and dropout data. So prioritizing discipline data literacy, along with SIS behavior modules and the analytics tools. And so we would look to incorporate this work in the coming strategic plan work. Okay.
Any questions, comments, Ms. Kim, Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Marr, I have a question about recommendation number 1. What would the parameters be for establishing who those students targeted are? Data from 8th grade or what? Could you
Yeah, so
tell us a
do
little
you want to talk a little bit about the data, or you want me to about yeah. So I think we would begin first by establishing the work group, right? So that's first and foremost. So that would be folks inside this building, but also we need PSU partners.
Yes.
And so part of this work would sort of link to the work that Dr. Kellogg's doing, where we're trying to get better at identifying bright spot schools. So we know within that 0 to 5, we've got this entire list of schools who have 0 to 5 incidents. Then we have schools at the other end, right, who are seeing, far more often. We could look across those two data sets and identify schools that demographically look alike and figure out what's happening here that potentially is not happening here. You can't go and say, let me find this school and apply it to every school in the state. That would be counter to everything I've tried to say today, right? We want to be really targeted. We want to match the intervention to the group. So we'd have a lot of groundwork to do first. But I think what we are really focused on is this kind of middle to high school transition. So that's first. Those are the grade levels. And then which students, likely we would begin with the students who are repeatedly identified in our list here, right? Black students, male students, students with disabilities. Like, what are we doing to support those students? And again, it's about support. It's not, I want to get away from this idea that's about kind of discipline remediation, because what you're seeing is it's more than discipline.
And I asked about that simply because I love this recommendation, but it's also tied to the previous strategic ask around the support staff that will be necessary in order for this intervention to have legs. And so I appreciate that it's aligned with what we've already talked about, but I always want to run the flag up of this is tied to this other ask we have. And this is going to be directly tied to counselors, et cetera, and that ratio that Ian talked about earlier being appropriate for something like this to have legs.
Yeah, I agree. And I wanted to follow up to answer your question.
Yes,
We
sir.
tried very much so to make these recommendations kind of intertwine. So really you have to look at recommendation 2 to get that data set, do that data analysis, really do the deep dive in that. We're doing both at the same time so that as we form this group, we're doing that deep dive analysis, then we can bring that analysis to this work group that's come together, who then can make solid recommendations of how to move forward in a positive direction for students.
Ms. Gio, please.
Ms. Jones said exactly what I was thinking, which is if we were to be so fortunate as to receive some funding for additional folks that could help with the multitude of problems that a lot of these and focus some of those positions on middle schools and, where we now see very clearly we need them. And I know that there's a lot of districts around the state who are desperately in need of those positions, but I think this helps us focus if we were to be so.
Chairman.
Go ahead. Next.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir. I just want to ditto my colleagues, Ms. Jones and Ms. Kammitz, when we look at the need for additional personnel tied to the way that kids react in the 8th and 9th grade. I mean, the data is there, and hopefully members of the General Assembly will see it as far as its needs. Because, kids come to school with stress from the communities, from the home, stress from being in school itself and being accepted by the peers. And they have no one to talk to except the one on the corner who knows everything and knows nothing. You know the one I'm talking about. And these kids are believing that. But the other thing is that I saw that need to be looked at is that a lot of this is coming from the illicit drug use, this vaping, these type of things that kids are doing at certain levels of school. And this just has to, we have to realize that we're talking about implementing strategies to move our kids forward. It's a great report. There's a lot of stuff in it. I just hope people read it and get out of it that we need more personnel in mental health issues, counselors, social workers, school nurse, you name them. we need it all over, but definitely in those areas. At that eighth grade level, it's the middle school that's driving these issues now, it appears to me, from the data. So I just I'm glad for the report. I just hope it be read, digested, and something comes out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Keenan, I have a question. This is Olivia.
Go ahead, Ms. Octagon.
Thank you. Yes, it is a good report. A couple of things. Several years ago, I remember there seemed to be a trend in the currents or the establishment of pulling out ninth graders and having like ninth grade academies. And I'm wondering if where those academies still exist. And I was reading an article in the newspaper recently where one high school or one school district in my region, I think they were thinking of doing away with the ninth grade academy. I wonder how the data look in those situations, the ninth grade, in school, out of school, discipline, whatever the error category might be, in those ninth grade academy models, wherever they exist in North Carolina.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Oxendine. So Dr. Dietrich and I were just talking, and we think we would have to put this into the work of this work group because we don't have a list of ninth grade academies across the state. So certainly is something we could.
Yes, it needs to be, yeah.
And then once we knew where ninth grade academies existed, we could then look at the data for those. But so certainly, yes. So thanks for the recommendation. We can certainly.
Absolutely, because it would make an interesting small research project to take a look if that intervention, and I think it was created, the thinking behind it, that it would have an effect on discipline, suspensions, and increase the graduation rate. So I would suggest that you do that. Then my last comment is this. So someone might ask you, what would be the headline from your report today? If we were going to brand North Carolina schools, what would be part of the brand?
Yeah. So I actually, let me see. I have a headline, I think. Yeah.
Oh, good.
So here you go. So my closing line would be across this report, the message is consistent. The data describe concentration. Progress is real, and policy should be proportional to the evidence.
Okay. What about
And I'll
North
add,
Carolina has safe schools?
I'll add to that as a headline. So I do believe that this data does show that we have safe levels of safety across our schools. Certainly, students and educators deserve safe places to teach, learn, and grow. This data, I think, certainly shows that there's still work to be done to address certain instances of reportable criminal offenses, for example. But it is good to know that the vast majority of our schools experience minimal such acts, and that more than 99% of our public school students are not committing these acts.
Mm-hmm.
It's also encouraging to see that we have a downward trend on these offenses, and also declines in suspensions, alternative placements, and dropouts, because we also know how critical those are, how critical it is to be in school to have student success. So that would be maybe slightly more than a headline, but certainly a headline that absolutely, I think, indicates that we have very strong levels of school safety across our state.
It's very, very encouraging. I'm just smiling at all of especially your opening comments, Dr. Meyer, when you said violent incidences of violence are decreasing. That's such good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oxendine.
I want to thank you for the artful way that you got us through all this really, really hard data, because it's hard to contextualize when you look at big numbers. At our school level, though, we do this routinely every month. We actually have a team that looks at our data each month. And understanding that context over time, when we had our mid-year meeting and we were looking at our own data, it was so much better than it had been. And so my team's discussion was, well, what is different, you know? And what we came to realize is that as educators, we've learned a lot through some state initiatives that provide professional development to educators about mental health supports, about changes in brain and child development. I mean, I don't even remember which year, but in this 5-year time period, that legislation came out. We also talked about the impact of our social and emotional learning through curriculum. And we are in our 2nd year of what I would call a really robust, meaningful curriculum that we do pre-K-12. And we did have a curriculum before that, but really robust one. And what we've found is that that instruction works to prevent these outcomes for many kids. And so I think this is a good example of how policy and at times legislation can support to respond to the needs, because it is pretty bad. You know, when we came back from COVID, the whole world was hurt. And finding those layers of support for staff and families. I mean, I just think about all the things that we've done. And so I think that that's something that's probably a big part of the story. Another thing I would like to point out, because it is heartbreaking to hear that about 9th grade students and also about retained students. I think that speaks to the advocacy that we need to do about literacy gains in the middle grades. I was once a middle school teacher who knew very little about teaching reading, who had many non-readers. And it is what I have observed over the years is that kids get to that point where they can't cover it anymore. And maybe they don't have that one person that's the person who can support them. And as they get into more adolescent-based classrooms, they don't know teachers as personally because their contact time is less. And so it's hard to cover a literacy gap. But if you make it to 6th grade and you're not a strong reader, it's very hard to catch up. But I also think our middle school educators need that support. So I think it's an important point.
Lastly, I'll make a quick comment. I appreciate all the input and the conversation we're having here, because this is a very, very deep and important report. And the reason I point that out is that if you notice in this report, if you don't explain it carefully, then your students become tainted, or they become, the character is attacked through the public. And this report, if it's not understood, will make someone think that certain races, certain students are problem makers and can't get educated because certain students are in the classroom. And so data is great when you understand it. So all the negatives that as the reduction in the where things are improving, it's important to know how you got there. I understand the numbers, but we already stated some of the reasons why we think it's getting better. But myself, at some other time, would like to try to understand more, how do we get there? Because that number means nothing if you don't know how you got to that number. And so I commend you for a great report. It's great information. And through the years that we dealt with these reports, suspension, I remember when Brother Ford was on the board, and the race came up about why blacks are students getting more suspended in school, expulsion, et cetera, than other races, even though the numbers of whites are maybe double. And if you don't explain that right, folks began to sometimes use the inner prejudices to try to understand this. So that's a good question, why the numbers different. So with your report and with more your endeavors, maybe we can get to an answer. But it is a problem. It's hard to explain to a person who's just looking at numbers, don't understand the report. And I would like to, down the road, understand why the suspensions or why these things are lower now than they were 3 years ago or 2 or 3 years ago. That'd be very helpful. But I think there is an answer. Some have already talked about social emotional problem. And be honest, we know that's a lot of the problem. We can sit and address it any way we want to address it. Most of kids that are suspended are, where they're coming from, what kind of economics home they're coming from. So we just got to keep on attacking that problem because it's real. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for Mr. Duncan, you way?
I hate to follow that because thank you for those remarks, Reggie, and thank you for the report and for the information. It's extremely well done, and extremely well presented in ways that are more meaningful than we've gotten previously in these reports. The one thing that was touched upon was the disparity in discipline for the same offenses between groups, and that was not touched upon in this year's report. So if there's information that is worthy of sharing, that's an issue that remains very important to the board, as was just highlighted by Board Member Keenan. That would be valuable information for us to have.
Yes, sir. We actually, we agree. And it's something that we've talked about within the work of this kind of work group to start to get at some of these, some of the things around the discipline disparity, particularly students being or receiving suspensions for the same offense, but having a longer term suspension or more likely to be suspended for the same offense.
Which
Yes,
has
sir.
been a long-term issue in schools around the country, and although we are better than some states, we still have it as an issue very much as
Yes.
well. So
We agree, and it's on our list as well.
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to maybe drill down just so you can see where it shows up in our recommendations as well, because what y'all have lifted up are really important comments. And so if you look at recommendation number 3, you will see where we have under training, but one of the expected outcomes is that discipline decisions are made in a consistent and defensible way, using shared standards so actions are fair, clearly documenting, and meaningful for follow-up and intervention. So this was, we believe, a place where we felt like we've got to be really sure that certainly we're pleased to see decreases, but we still see disparities, and we want to explore why that is and be sure then that we don't only look at the students and say something is going on with the students, but also look at the adults and ask questions about whether there are things happening with the adults that are causing those suspensions not to be in similar ranges.
Tomorrow, did I miss the on the expulsion? Did you have the races and all that broken down? I don't remember seeing that.
We do not typically, because that number is so small, we don't usually share that information and have not shared that in the past.
Could you send me that or
Yes,
other
sir.
board members that
Yes, sir.
information?
Yes, sir.
And again, thank y'all for such a great report. And
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I said we only have one consent item. That's the report to the Deco General Assembly for the pilot program to raise the high school dropout age. With that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. We'll now turn to the Business Operations Committee chaired by Vice Chair Alan Duncan. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Chair Davis. We have a large number of items today and some very important ones. So we're going to be as expeditious as we can, but we will be going through a number of things. Lead this committee with my friend John Blackburn, and very much appreciate the work that we do and the work of our staff that supports this committee, which is a lot of different stakeholders, if you will, that are well represented. Our first item, and we only have 3 action on first read items, but our first item is to be presented by our new General Counsel, Tiffany Lucas, with respect to our Winston-Salem, Forsyth County internal controls audit findings. All right. Tiffany has directed us straight to the report in the interest of time. Thank you for that.
I thought I was being called up.
Welcome. And we appreciate the work that your firm has done.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Dave Jahoski. I'm a partner with Malden and Jenkins. And on behalf of the firm, I would like to extend our gratitude to the Department of Public Instruction, as well as the State Board of Education, the Local Government Commission, as well as the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District. This was a very short-term project, started in the middle of November and finished December 31st of 2025. And I wanted to thank everyone for their cooperation and for their professionalism. Slide, please. I'm going to touch on a few things today, and not in a lot of detail. In the essence of time, I'm going to touch on some things pretty quickly. In terms of the report, we were engaged to look at things from a perspective standpoint rather than a retroactive or reinvestigation of the state auditor's report. So the comments today come from that vein. And one of the main issues that still comes through is that the district's control environment needs to continue strengthening throughout its migration and through its implementation plan and strategic roadmap. One of the good things is that phase one implementation of the Tireless Munis ERP system helped to mitigate some of the controls that had been bypassed previously prior to us coming on site. One of the challenges that still exists is that there are some resource constraints in some key positions, specifically within the CFO, the executive director, and in the payroll director's position. And that challenge has been compounded by having 6 CFOs in a 4-year time period. So there is a lack of institutional knowledge. There was a little bit of siloing in terms of perspective and people and what their jobs were. So one of the challenges that's been laid out in the recommendation touches on those issues. Next slide, please. One of the things that we were asked to look at specifically was the budget alignment, and we were able to confirm with the district's external consultant that as of November 30th of 2025, the budget had aligned and was balanced for the current fiscal year. One of the other issues that we talked about and continual as a theme are some of the human capital constraints. The department is undergoing transition. There's a void in leadership from the perspective of institutional knowledge, as well as having someone there that really understands the cycle from start to finish, from what one job does and how it impacts another and how that impacts reporting. And then the hybrid system right now with running 2 different systems. As I mentioned, the ERP system for the Tyler Munis has been implemented for the general ledger. And for the payroll systems and HR, they're still running the legacy AS400, which is scheduled for implementation in July of 2026, later this year. So that's creating some redundancies as well as some processes that are requiring just the challenge of operating 2 different systems. Next slide, please. Specifically within financial services, from an organizational perspective, as of the date of our report, which was December 31st, 2025, the CFO, the executive positions were still vacant. And that's having a challenge from a strategic leadership perspective, reporting perspective, as well as someone being able to monitor the status. And in terms of what the CFO's position would be doing would be to proactively looking at trends and looking at the reporting and what does the numbers mean and how to report that to the board. And without having someone there in those positions, it makes it difficult for them to carry out those responsibilities. So that's another issue that will need to be looked at. Next slide, please. One of the good things that has happened with the implementation of the Tyler Munis system is putting what we refer to in the report as hard stop controls. These are actual physical controls that are built into and system controls built into the ERP system that does not allow workarounds. It does not allow to bypass. It does not allow what we would refer to as a workaround. So those are things that are working and working well based on our field work that we conducted on site. One of the challenges, though, that continues to is from a contract management standpoint in terms of looking and uploading contracts and associated those with current expenditures and someone to actually manage those. Again, that's something that potentially either a deputy CFO or an executive director or finance, someone in that position would traditionally be looking at and working in those roles. But one of the positive outcomes of migrating your general ledger from an AS400 system to the Tyler Munis system is moving from what we call from a batch or a monthly batch system to an on-time, real-time visibility where you can look at the status of an account. You can look at what's been budgeted, you can look at what's been expended, what has been encumbered or obligated, and then what's been left to spend. So that's providing some real site visibility. So that's a positive. Next slide, please. Technologies and controls is a second part of this is that still within the progress within that as it relates within finance. I'm going to jump to the second point first. Is that with staff, one of the challenges that you always have, personally I've been through this myself, when you go from one system to a new system, everyone tries to figure out how to do deal with a new system, and so it doesn't necessarily work. So in a lot of instances that were discovered in terms of some workarounds, in terms to bypass these controls, but those did not work. The system, as it has been set up, and that method. Data validation is a challenge. The information is not been as embedded, so there are series of potential duplications of information that was uploaded as part of the original migration, and that was something that was on staff was a directive by former CFO that's no longer the district. However, there's still the new administration within the district is having to deal with that challenge. And then part of that, I believe, has also led to the delay in terms of implementing the phase two, which will in order to be able to
Department of Public Instruction media conference. We'll be talking about CTE attainment and really a lot of exciting news here and a lot of great folks in the room.
Yeah.
Hello.
Are you offline also?
No, I'm finally on, I think.
No, I'm talking about with the meeting.
The streaming is not working.
Okay.
There's no streaming.
I'm so,
I
okay.
thought it was
so
just me. Okay.
No, I mean, I texted, they sent a message.
yeah, I was bumped off about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. So they're doing an IT break, it says
I
right
see
now,
that. Okay.
trying to reset. So we'll see what happens.
It was an interesting discussion. I hope it
I
begins.
know. I was,
I was taking notes.
yeah, I was really looking forward to hear what the district had to say.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go downstairs and take a break. I'll be back in 3.
Hold on, Dr. Oxidine, I actually reached out to one of our schools here in Pitt County that does the freshman academy. So I'm getting all of that data for you so I could
Oh,
share
great,
with you.
Rachel.
Yeah.
We kind of lost track of that. It goes back several years.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're on it.
Yes.
No, there's one district in my region. I just read a quick article that there's some discussion about eliminating it.
Okay, folks, I just got a text that we're live streaming. They actually can hear us on YouTube. So we just
Okay.
want to
Okay.
wait until the stream comes back up for us. All right.
All righty.
Maya, can you hear me?
We're back in session, and my apologies to public and those listening online. We had a slight technical issue or challenge that we've now overcome, and we're returning back to Dr. Phipps and his report. And Dr. Phipps, if I could ask you, if you wouldn't mind, start with your first recommendation and work your way through. I think your presentation aligns nicely and mirrors the report that we received from the independent auditor, such that if anyone listening online missed the end of that report, you'll get a good idea of what the district is responding to in that report. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Back to you.
Thank you. Dr. Phipps, please continue. We apologize for our technical issue.
That is okay. I understand that your board members that are online may have gotten knocked off as well. And I wanted to say, I had made some remarks about Caddy Moore, and they're important. And I want to make sure that she hears me say how grateful I am to the work that she did in a short period of time. A lot of heavy lifting, great investment, and I've been able to come in and work with a great team that has a lot of things in place. Some of those are related to what we're going to share with you in the recommendations that come directly from the Maulding and Jenkins report. They shared with you a fewer number, but we've pulled those out individually because we felt like we wanted to be able to benchmark these and take a look at where they fit in the timeline. Number one is the one that deals with us addressing our CFO vacancy. We've cast the net wider. We've increased the salary range for this position, and we're hopeful that there will be individuals that will see the need and want to come in and do heroic work with us in a time that we desperately need someone. But the criteria, the requirements are high. The bar is very high, and there are not a lot of individuals that are able to do this type of work, and it's a tough position to fill, but we're doing what we can to try to increase the candidate pool and be able to work on that. Recommendation number 2 is also a hiring recommendation, and we are currently looking at applicants that we've had for the executive director position for finance and our payroll director. We've done some interviews. We had some scheduled last week. We've not been in school for now 8 days, and that's certainly this type of work that happens has to be put on the back burner for the safety of individuals that are involved, and we'll pick this up. My goal would be that we'd have these 2 positions filled, or at least names to our board, by the end of the month of February, and then hopefully in place sometime in March. So that certainly is within the time frame of what you see. Recommendation number 3 is a recommendation that talks about the circle of decision making, and this would be who in the district is able to weigh in and have the decision making authority. And what we primarily are concerned about, or do we have individuals that are allowing or given permission to go beyond what budget restraints are, or if a particular area is outside of the budget. And that circle will be very small. When we hire a CFO, that will be the CFO and myself. But I said earlier that we're not going to make any decision like that without going to the board and finding out where we can come up with the funds, rather than just moving money and not having a way to account for it and reconcile. So you can see those things that are there. Bullet number 2 says that we have already communicated to departments expectations regarding operating within their means for the fiscal year. This year, we've already started our budget work. I normally begin budget work in November. Took this position December 1st. Took a little bit of time on the ground to get a feel for how things are working, but we're working through our board, and our leadership team at school-based leadership have weighed in on what budget goals and priorities are. Those budget goals and priorities will also be pulled from survey work that we currently have going on with all of our stakeholders. That would include all faculty and staff, students, parents and guardians, members of the community, business leaders, anybody in our community. We want them to weigh in on the goals and the priorities that our board has developed to help us get an idea of what that priority list should look like. So building a budget this year is going to mean something. It's going to have input and voice from every stakeholder that we have. And then we're certainly moving forward with our the work that we have with our county commissioners and understanding what budget limitations are there. What we don't know is the same thing that every other district in the state of North Carolina does not know. We don't know what the allotment formulas will look like next year. We don't know what teacher pay will be, other staff pay. We don't know what retirement hospitalization will be. So we take a conservative approach knowing that, and that's the way we feel like we need to budget so that we're not caught off guard and surprised by something that might happen. Recommendation number 4 is our financial services will develop standard operating procedures. These are SOPs that you see throughout. This work falls in line naturally with the implementation of Tyler because Tyler is a different way of doing things. We're doing things in a different way, but we're doing the same types of things. The same kind of financial work that needs to be done is being done, but a lot of it is automated and done through software. And we'll talk about a lot of that as we go through the remaining recommendations that we have in place. But I mentioned earlier, we're leaning on another district who's done a great implementation, and they're working very well with the Tyler implementation. And we want to use some of the work they created to help build our work, and then hopefully we'll be able to help other districts as they do the same work. So again, a timeline with completion before July 1 we feel like is certainly within our reach and something we'll be able to do. Recommendation number 5, financial services should reestablish strategic ownership of the Tyler Munis implementation. The reason this is not there right now is just because we've got a void in that leadership. And the 2 individuals behind me have done wonderful work getting this done. Our technology department and our HR department have been leading the show, working with our interim chief financial officer, Angie, who's not able to be here because she's taking care of some family things. But together, they're doing a great deal of work. But we know that this needs to rest and reside within finance. And as we have our staffing where it needs to be, then that'll be what takes place, and we'll have the ability to do that. The bullets that you see there are being taken care of, and that 1 to 3 time frame certainly is realistic, and we're well on our way with much of that. Recommendation number 6 is that technology service should establish a staff of change management work stream. And when we think about this, we're thinking about how Tyler does what they do versus what SunPac or AS400 or any of the other systems might have done. Number 1, we've got to speak a common language. We've got to have a shared vocabulary in terms of what we're saying and what it really means, and then making sure that the work that's done under the Tyler umbrella represents the work that Tyler has. And you can see that being done at this point with a formalized change management process that will be documented. We'll be able to have workflow pieces that are there that go along with the standard operating procedures. And this will be, we feel like, slightly beyond the time frame just because we have to get all the pieces in place, but not very far behind. So we don't have a concern with this at all in terms of our ability to implement and be within a reasonable time frame. Recommendation number 7 is technology services will define Tyler's ongoing support, and this will be where we develop power users. We have those folks within our administrative offices now. These are individuals that are fluent with Tyler. They know how it works within their areas. They're able then to be mentors to others as we do work. There'll be more folks that'll come on and be identified as power users. But this is the ability to pull these folks together, again, speaking a common language and having a unique perspectives from the lens that they work from, because payroll is different than accounts payable, which is different than HR. Many are doing similar things, but they're not all the same, and we want to make sure they come together to help us in troubleshooting and make sure that we're doing the implementation work that needs to be done. But this would provide individuals, regardless of where they work, a go-to person who could be their power user. And that's underway and is completed in many ways now, but certainly will be fully completed as we do the SOP within the next 6 months. Recommendation number 8 is that we should optimize the use of the Tyler's EFT, and EFT is an acronym that stands for electronic fund transfer. What this means is that we're getting away from manual check writing, and we are doing a lot of manual check writing. Something else that we're still doing a lot of that we've got to get out of the practice is requests for checks, and we want to make sure that we have purchase orders for the alignment and make sure that funds are where they need to be. So we are moving toward the electronic funds transfer to allow us to be able to transmit funds with the push of a button. And that doesn't happen in the software without having funds in the pool to be able to do that. So this helps us make sure that we're not writing checks that we can't pay. And I want to say to you as a board, I can tell you now that we have resolved cash flow issues that have existed in the past. And there is no longer a need to hold a check, a payroll check or a vendor check for fear of not being able to pay it. We're able to pay all the bills that come. And as you saw earlier, we're operating within a balanced budget, which we're proud of. And we shouldn't applaud that, but where we've been, we want to applaud that and make sure that we continue to do that work. Recommendation number 9 is developing and fully flowchart the allotment and position control. This falls into payroll and HR. Dr. Weikert's done a great deal of work on this. We're already implementing this as we talk to leaders in the departments to help them understand what the allotment process looks like, not only the state allotment process, but what does the allotment process locally look like and how that turns itself into budget. I told someone the other day, I feel like in many ways we've been building a budget with letters and words. And we have to have numbers to be able to put the budget together. And as our department heads come together and we have these types of flow charts and can explain the why behind the decisions that are being made, it doesn't make the decision easier. It doesn't make the decision more, I think, easier to digest by the folks on the receiving end, but I think they understand where it's coming from the big picture. So this work is going on, and it's a short 3-month time window, and we certainly will have that done by that time frame as well. And the final recommendation that we addressed here was the internal audit advisory committee and also the external audit advisory committee. We started the advertisement for that, working along with county governance. As of yesterday, we had 29 applicants that want to be a part of this. So we'll go through a vetting process. Our school board will select some. The county manager and our county commissioners will select some. And this will be an external audit group that will have a voice and a chance to look over the work that we're doing. And I'm excited about that because I hope they're able to step in. And if they can give us pointers and ideas to help us, we certainly want to hear that. But we also want them to see and validate the work that our folks are doing, which is great work. Rupin, if we'll move on to the final piece here, there were some recommendations that were made on our part that we're working on internally. And part of these are self-imposed timelines in terms of how we're building a budget and what our time frame is. My goal for our school district is that we'll have a budget ready by the 31st of March, which is thinking kind of ahead of the game. My goal will be to have that to our county manager by the 15th of April, but that causes us to have to do the work that needs to be done in a shorter window. So getting our budget goals and priorities in place, figuring out what they look like from all of our stakeholders is going to be critical, and then taking a look back at what we had in the budget this year that we're in and how do we forecast that moving forward. There's still a number of things that we do that just aren't in the budget. And what we're trying to make sure of is that everything that's done should have somewhere where it connects with the budget. And we've got a way to be able to document that and be able to show what we're working on. I didn't mention, although this has come up in some of the other things that we've gotten in terms of reports. And I'm going to say we've used this as a blueprint and a guidebook to help us figure out what our structure looks like and what we want to do. We're also doing a budget to actual every month with our board in our finance committee meetings, and then we talk about that to some degree in our board meetings. There shouldn't be any surprises that happen. If we have an area that seems to be a red flag, we should know that early on. And right now our numbers look exactly the way they should, given the period that we're in as we've gotten just past the 50% mark of our school year. And that's important information for our board to have, and we'll do this well after the concern and threat is of any issues related to budget, because it's a good best practice that we need to follow. So if I may, I'll pause and try to entertain any questions you have.
Thank you. Other questions for Dr. Phibbs? Very helpful report,
Vice
both in
Chair,
terms of recommendation and the specific comments about how it's being addressed in a timeline. So thank you for that.
We're happy to share it with you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Duncan, I do have a question.
We look forward to continuing to support the work of the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, as the chair has already said, and we appreciate the work that's obviously going into the recovery plan and the work of the auditing firm that has supported that effort through the monitoring controls audit. So out of a difficult subject comes much progress. We now move to Biz Op 2, our second action.
Vice Chair, I'm so sorry. Dr. Oxendine does have a question.
Dr. Oxendine, folks have just left the room, but we'll try to answer if we can.
Yes, I don't know what was going on. I'm not on mute. So maybe there's still a glitch. Well, if they've left, I'm not going to bother to entertain a question because it would have to come directly from
Apparently,
them.
we can proceed.
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to go on to Biz Op 2 now, which is our Exceptional Children Competitive Grant. This is the state level targeted assistant grant awards. Dr. Carol Ann Hudgens, our Senior Director of Office of Exceptional Children, is here to report on that.
Good afternoon. In the fall, the State Board of Education approved a competitive grant process utilizing federal funds for state-level targeted assistance on behalf of students with disabilities. Today, I'd like to connect this activity to the strategic plan, briefly review the grant requirements, highlight priority improvement activities included in the applications received, and request that the State Board of Education consider action on the first read to approve the recommended applicants for funding. The Exceptional Children Competitive Grant connects to the strategic plan as we work to prepare each student for their next phase of life through focus area number 2, elevating teaching and learning, and focus area number 3, promoting integrated support systems for schools and districts. In particular, we are committed to exploring strategies to creatively use available funds to recruit and retain highly effective teachers and design a teaching and learning framework to integrate supports and provide access to high-quality learning for all students. As we review the purpose of the grant, the alignment to the strategic plan is further highlighted by the types of state-level activities for which federal funds for exceptional children may be used. Examples of these activities are listed on this slide and could be selected as a focus area in the grant application. On the next slide, applications were evaluated according to criteria bulleted. It is important to note that baseline data, student outcome data, an action plan, projected expenses, and the support of local leaders were critical to the selection of the recommended applicants. To ensure the selection criteria prioritize the needs of our public school units, the rubric included the weighted factors specific to the public school unit demographics and the EC annual determination levels noted on this slide. The map on the next slide represents the public school units that submitted the 226 applications to the Office of Exceptional Children. Many public school units submitted more than one application, and some public school units combined their efforts regionally into one application. On the next slide, I would like to highlight the improvement activities chosen by the applicants. The majority of the applications focused on 4 main areas: recruitment and retention of EC personnel, improving EC service delivery, professional learning for instructional and support staff, and instructional materials. 77% of the applications were from public school units identified as needing intervention according to the data collected in the state's annual performance report. Based on the available data, the proposed improvement activities match many of the root causes for which public school units need intervention. Providing fiscal resources through this competitive grant process is one intervention strategy available to the state to support areas in need of the greatest improvement. If you'll go on to the next few slides, please, and go ahead to the next one. Thank you. As we transition to the remaining slides, the Office of Exceptional Children would like to provide a summary of the recommended awards. Applicants could potentially receive funding from 2 different sources. The first and largest pool of funds were set aside for school-age students with disabilities. This map is a visual representation of the public school units who submitted successful applications. The next slide has a more detailed breakdown of the percentage of public school units with approved applications. As you can see, 45% of applications were approved and 56% of the PSUs submitting applications were approved. Keep in mind that these 2 numbers are a bit different because the PSUs could submit more than one application. Of the approved applications for school-age funding, 75% of the recommended recipients were public school units with 51 to 100% of their schools with either a comprehensive or targeted support improvement or CSI/TSI designation. The second pool of funds were set aside for preschool students with disabilities. This map highlights the public school units with applications recommended for funding. The profile on the next slide highlights a 62% approval rate for applications that correspond to 69% of public school units submitting them. As you can see, recommended applications are for public schools in which 20% or more of their schools have a TSI-CSI designation. Next, I would like to highlight an application that includes improvement strategies focused on reducing suspensions by implementing evidence-based high-leverage practices for behavior. What is unique about this application is that it was submitted by Richmond County Schools in partnership with 13 public school units in the Sandhills Regional Education Consortium. This group analyzed their individual district data regarding the suspensions and expulsions of students with disabilities, then developed strategies to share the cost of systemic improvement activities to support the professional learning for instructional and support staff across the Sandhills region. It is our hope that this type of collaboration will not only improve the outcomes for students with disabilities, but potentially serve as a model for other partnerships across public school units in implementing strategies for cost sharing to capitalize on the finite resources to achieve systemic improvement. The last slide summarizes the recommended awards for this cycle of the EC competitive grant. 59% of the public school units that submitted applications are recommended for funding. We are able to provide 50% of the total funds requested across all applications and 74% of the total funds requested for preschool. The available funds were awarded on a sliding scale commensurate with rubric scores of 70% or higher. For example, public school units with applications scoring between 90 to 100% of the available points on the rubric were funded at 100% of their request. In the materials provided to the board members, a detailed listing of recommended recipients was included, along with the cumulative amount of funds to be awarded, if approved, to each public school unit for school-aged and/or preschool federal funds. Thanks for allowing me to share this information, and I'm happy to respond to any questions at this time.
Thank you very much for that report. Are there any questions or comments on this? Not saying, I will say one thing. I want to thank Carol and her colleagues for working very hard at trying to have the grants as spread around as they can be. That being said, it's a challenge, and I think she would freely acknowledge that fact. If you look closely at the maps, the Northeast, the Southeast, and the West in particular are much lesser recipients of these grants than other parts of the state. And our committee remains constantly aware of that fact because a lot of times that involves the ability to write grants, and some of the most needy districts are not well situated to write grants, but could very much benefit from these kinds of grant funding. So I appreciate the hard work that goes into trying to get them as equitably distributed as possible, but we should all recognize it's a challenge, and we should continue to be committed, as this board is, to try to overcome that challenge to make sure that these grants can be distributed as equitably as possible among all the districts around the state. And with the good work, it'll be done. It was a little over $10 million of grant money that was applied for, and a little more than $5 million that will be awarded. So there were still a lot of needs, even among those who did apply. So it's an important amount of work, and thank you to your group for doing it.
Thank you.
Our next item, last item for action on first read, is BizOp 3, and we have Amanda Frederick here. This is a policy amendment for the personnel salary schedules and manual. Its focus is on daily rate of pay, audiologists, which you might find interesting, or I did, school nurses, and Hurricane Helene release. So, welcome.
Thank you. Amanda Frederick, Director of School Business. This manual did change significantly. I just want to say my team worked very hard to make it ADA compliant. We didn't give you all of the pages. Every page had track changes because we changed all of the formatting to accomplish that aim, but we just gave you the pages that had substantive changes. So they're all either legislatively required or conforming with other technical changes, but I will go through them quickly. The first one is the daily rate of pay for principals. It was originally set at 260 days. It turns out this fiscal year has 261 weekdays, and it can vary between 260 and 262 based on what day of the week the fiscal year starts on and whether or not it's a leap year. So we will be adjusting that yearly to match the number of weekdays. On the next page, we do have the audiologist. This is a change. It just says that they have to have a doctoral degree, and it conforms with general statute that was passed in 2007. I'm not quite sure why it took us so long to update the manual, but we don't anticipate that it will have any impact on the field because this has already been law. We also
You might mention on this one what the pay is with the doctoral degree.
Right. So if a audiologist was to be fully employed by an LEA, they would receive $52,260 for 10 months of work. We do believe that would be the reason that most audiologists in our public schools are contracted rather than employed directly. That is step zero. Obviously, it would increase if they had more years of experience.
Thank you.
At the bottom of this page for school nurses, there's a conforming change with BizOp 6 that you will hear about momentarily, just to make that conform with the final rule on school nurses that grandfathers in school nurses that have already been certified. The next couple of changes are actually Hurricane Helene related. So we did take that out because we hope that no one is still absent from teaching because of Hurricane Helene. And that, I believe, is all of the changes at this time.
Thank you for a very efficient review. Are there any questions or comments? All right. Thank you. I know we'll see you back, but thank you for that. Our next item, BizOp 4, is our one action item. This is a rules readoption on salary and benefits, and Ryan Collins is here to give a very brief report on the overview and any changes.
Good morning. So last month, I brought to the board.
I wish it were morning.
So last month, I brought to the board a series of rules related to public school employee benefits, things like vacation leave, sick leave, etc. This was part of the list of rules that needed to be revised and readopted in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act. There have been no changes to what I presented to the board last month, and so unless there's questions, it'll be on your agenda to vote tomorrow to send it out for public comment, and then it'll come back, I believe, at the May meeting for final adoption.
And the effort will be to get this done by July 1st.
That's correct.
Along with several other rules that we have pending. Any questions or comments on this one? Not hearing any, we will go on to our discussion items, and Ryan is not going anywhere because BizOp 5 is a rules update on readoption of attendance rules, and BizOp 6, which will follow, is also an item that Mr. Collins has, which is a rules update on state board rule adoption for qualifications of school nurses. Those two items.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I'm actually going to be yielding the floor back to Ms. Frederick and Dr. Ashley McBride. They're actually going to take the lead on presenting the attendance rule.
Very good.
He'll still be here if you have specific questions. But this slide just shows the timeline. It's very similar to the one we were just talking about. We are bringing these rules for discussion today, and then next month for a vote. Then they will go out for public comment and come back to hopefully take effect in August. So these rules do have to do with attendance. The first one you will note is a definitions rule. So it basically defines all the terms that would be used in this section. The next one is requirements. So it defines what it means to be in attendance at school. It's a little bit different for the first day that a student attends, primarily because you cannot attend virtually on your first day. So unless you're enrolled in a virtual academy, which in case all of your attendance would be virtual. But if you're in a traditional in-person school, you have to actually be physically present in first day in order to be in membership. For those virtual academies, then you have to log on at least once during the day on your first day. And then for remote instruction, such as if there was a snow day, which has become a very popular topic recently, it defines attendance as you completed the assignments that were assigned to you. And then it also has the lawful reasons for an absence, and there are 11 reasons listed. The next one is enforcement. It does talk about the specific duties of different officials within the school system. One duty that everyone shares is to inform everyone of the importance of regular school attendance. So I just wanted to highlight that today so that we could inform everyone that regular school attendance is very important. And then on the next page, this one deals with involuntary suspensions. So if a student is suspended or expelled for disciplinary reasons, that does not mean that you are truant from school. If the school tells you that you are not allowed to attend, then that can't count for you to be truant. And then the last one is a little bit different, but it has to do with attendance, and that's early admission to kindergarten. This is not meant to be a programmatic change. The old rule was kind of vague. I think it talks about precociousness. So this rule attempts to define that a little bit more clearly as far as what evidence needs to be presented to have an early admission for a kindergarten student as a four-year-old. And that is it.
All right, any questions or comments on this? Attendance comes up as issues on at different times and in different contexts before us. So this is an attempt to have clarity in the rules about attendance. If anybody has a question or comment about it? Thank you very much. We now, I heard in the stage whisper that precocious was an SAT word used, so we don't often get that appellation. Our next is BSOP 6, which is the update on qualifications of school nurses.
Yes. So as the board may recall, back in October, the board adopted a temporary rule establishing qualifications for school nurses. This was responsive to Session Law 2025-60 that passed last year, and that required the state board to adopt rules establishing such qualifications, including allowing for a nurse with an associate's or a nurse with an associate's degree and 2 years of experience to be hired as a school nurse and to be paid on the certified salary schedule. That represented a change from longstanding state board policy, which required them to have national school nurse certification, and that in turn required a bachelor's degree. So we brought forth and the board adopted a temporary rule to address that issue last fall. That rule did still allow the national certification to be a means by which an individual could qualify to be as a school nurse, in addition to this new pathway established by legislation. So that was a temporary rule. And when there's a temporary rule, we eventually have to adopt a permanent rule. So that is what is before the board for discussion this month. The only change between that and what was originally adopted as a temporary rule is some additional language that if they go the national certification route, that they either have that national certification at the time of hire or they obtain it within 3 years. That was based on some feedback from some of our human resources specialists in the field in order to truly align the new policy with the old policy. So before this change, they either had to get the certification or obtain it within 3 years. And that obtaining within 3 years was a missing link in the temporary rule. And so that is something that is being put forth as an addition, but otherwise this rule stays the same as the temporary rule.
Very good. Any questions or comments on this? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Collins. We now go to BizOp 7, which is a rules update on technology cost considerations. And we have Ashley McBride, our section chief on digital learning initiative, to report on this item.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have a legislative requirement that came out during long session that makes us have our school districts report on their technology purchasing, total cost of ownership of the device, including break and fix. So we're looking at schools reporting annually a break fix rate, a total number of devices in use, number of devices required or repaired or removed from service, and then total cost for device repairs and replacements. Thank you. This proposed rule change basically says pretty much everything that the legislation requires us to say. And we will be asking schools to start doing this effective June 30th. Because that will be in line with our digital learning media inventory. And our goal is to make sure that as much information from our digital learning media inventory can feed into that. So we're not putting on a big extra burden for our tech directors.
Very good. Are there questions or comments on this one? Not seeing any. Thank you. Our next item is Biz Op 8, and this is approval of community-based developmental day grant package. Again, Dr. Hutchins is here to report. Now, I was asked to give a little bit of background on what this is because it's a little bit unusual that it comes before us. This is a legislative requirement to distribute unexpended state developmental day center funds. So NCDPI must establish a grant program whenever the reserve reaches $50,000. However, a reserve cannot truly be determined until closeout procedures have been completed at the end of the state fiscal year. So as a result, in this instance, there's $345,212.41 that were approved for carryovers at the end of the last state fiscal year and verified as still available in the absence of an approved state budget, which is the context we find ourselves in. So the proposed grant program was developed with input from the North Carolina Association of Developmental Day Directors, which includes representatives from community-based developmental day centers. Program is based on a formula that provides each eligible center a base award of 2% of the total funds available, with the remainder of the funds divided equitably per child enrolled in each eligible center as of June 1, 2025. A formula for awarding these funds in this instance is preferred over a competitive grant because it's the most efficient and equitable method for this money to be distributed to implement the requirements of the legislation. The formula also reflects the input of the centers that may become eligible for the award. So all of this then comes to our Division of Child Development and Early Education to be the arbiters of determining the amounts that would be appropriate to go to appropriately qualified daycare centers. That's an unusual item before us, but it's one that's before us in this instance, and Dr. Hutchins can take it from there.
Sir, thank you for making my job easy now. As you mentioned, it is a legislative requirement that is a little bit unusual as it's tied to this biennium, other 2023 Appropriations Act. So for context, developmental day centers provide specialized service to young children with disabilities. Community-based centers provide services to children with disabilities from birth to age 3, while centers operated by public school units serve children with disabilities ages 3 through 5. The Office of Exceptional Children processes student-specific applications from public school units each month between September and May 15th to support the cost of providing services to children in these programs. Because these programs are licensed by the Department of Health and Human Services and provide preschool services to young children with disabilities, this work provides a very good example of the activities prioritized in Action 1 in the Focus Area 1 of the strategic plan, intended to ignite early learning to prepare each student for their next phase of life. The next slide notes the legislative requirements, which Mr. Duncan kindly went over for me. And so on the next slide, we have highlighted the particulars of the stakeholders potentially eligible for this grant. There are only 14 licensed community-based developmental day centers statewide. Because there are so few, I did engage with the directors of these centers to obtain their input on how these funds might be best distributed to meet the needs in the centers while maintaining compliance with the legislative requirements. Their recommendation included the formula to distribute a percentage to each center as a base and then to allocate the remaining funds on a per student basis. Since the legislation is silent as to whether the grant must be administered by either a competitive or a formula process, the recommendation by the directors is reasonable and is our recommendation to the state board. The board materials include the written recommendation from the community center directors and the grant package that outlines the application to collect the data required by the General Assembly and the information needed to apply the funding formula. Since this item is being provided for discussion by the board this month and is scheduled for action in March, we are proposing that the applications open late March with funds distributed in May, provided the board approves the timeline proposed. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Our purpose was to explain what this unusual item is, and then for action, when it comes back next month, we would be approving the timeline as well as the time when it'll come before us for approval of the actual funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is BizOp 9, which is an annually important item. It's a report to the General Assembly about the Transportation Reserve Fund for homeless and foster children, of which we have and regrettably continue to have a very, very high number of such students in our state. And we get $3 million a year to assist counties with the heaviest amount of homeless children in their communities. And that's not enough to make up for the transportation differences, but it certainly helps those communities that are most heavily impacted. As a reminder, we have a district with as high as 14% homeless rate, just pretty stunning. So that's why this is a very important program for us as a board, and I think to the communities involved, and really it should be to our entire state. So with that, Dr. Charles, please take over.
So good afternoon. So as vice chair sort of actually gave most of my presentation already, so I'm gonna fly through this pretty good. So go to the next slide. So as he said, this is a grant program through state funds. So state provides us $3 million annually to help offset and reimburse some PSUs for some of the extraordinary transportation costs. So as we know, when we have students who are experiencing homelessness, being in their school of origin is very important. But getting them to their school of origin requires different transportation pathways. It requires different methods and modes of getting students to and from school. And so that excess cost can add up quickly. So this grant does help to offset getting these students to their school of origin. So next slide. So this past year, we were able to award 56 PSUs awards, totaling $2,923,359. This is a little bit lower than the approved awards because the way the grant is set up based upon the state guidelines is we have to go based on previous year's expenditures to come up with the awards for the current year. And so there's always some differences. So when that happens, we did have several PSUs who didn't have the expenditures they had the year before, and so they wound up passing on some of the funds. So we do have a solution for that moving forward. I think you'll see, and hopefully you'll like, so that we can get that out, because as the vice chair mentioned, these are very important funds, and we want to make sure that we are getting that 100% utilization of these funds. So the next slide. So of the funds that were sent out, 95% of those funds were utilized. While this is an increase from previous years, again, we are striving that we use all of our funds, especially given the great need of our students. And so what we're going to ask for when I bring the awards next month is some flexibility. We have rank ordered. We're going to have the whole list rank ordered by who should be qualifying. And so I will be requesting next month when we bring the awards that if we do have funds that are waived or passed on, then we can continue down that list and continue to award the funds out so that we can give out all the funds and help to make sure that we utilize 100% of our funds. And so hopefully that flexibility will be awarded next month when I bring those awards. So this grant does have some major impacts on students, both inside and outside the classroom. So being able to support students through school stability in the midst of housing instability provides some needed consistency in students' lives. So allowing them to maintain their support networks of their home school, of their teachers they're familiar with, of their friend groups, of the administrators, just to ensure that continuity of education and reducing as many barriers as possible. And so some key takeaways on the next slide is that we want to continue to move forward to ensuring that we are truly utilizing all of these funds to really offset and really help our students who are experiencing homelessness. So next month, I'll be able to bring the new grant awards, but this report does capture what we were able to do this past year. And this is our report that will go to the General Assembly. So are there any questions?
Anyone have questions about the report based on this year? And thank you for the work that's going to go into next year to make sure we expend every last dime that we are allocating for this important endeavor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and last discussion item is BizOp 10. Dr. Cynthia Martin, our Director of Transformation Support District and School Support Services, is here to report on our report to North Carolina General Assembly on Principal Recruitment Supplement Program.
Thank you for the opportunity to share information about the Principal Recruitment Supplement Program. Next slide, please. My goal today is to describe program participation, principal retention, recruitment efforts, and impact of the program. A detailed report has been prepared and submitted with this presentation. The Principal Recruitment Supplement Program is governed by State Statute 115C-285.1. Its purpose is to attract, recruit, and retain highly effective principals to the state's lowest performing schools by offering a significant time-limited salary supplement. The statute clearly defines eligibility, funding, and implementation parameters. Under the law, a qualifying principal is one paid on the exceeds growth column of the principal's salary schedule. And an eligible school is a low-performing school that ranked in the bottom 5% statewide in the prior accountability year, as identified by our Office of Accountability. The statute authorizes up to 40 supplements, each valued at $30,000 per year, paid monthly for a maximum of 36 months. Currently, approximately 50% of the authorized supplements are in use. Program operations occur annually between October 1st and August 1st, and participating principals are organized into cohorts based on their program entry date to support required reporting and analysis. This slide shows the program participation since the creation of the program. Since the program's launch, participation has varied year to year, returning to its highest level ever with 20 supplements in use. Some important notes to consider. Not all schools eligible elect to participate, and variability in participation is driven by local context, including the superintendent's priorities, principal placement decisions, and timing of data release. Recruitment is done in phases. Superintendents have to agree to participate in phase 1. Once the superintendent agrees, I work closely with their district to share priority and alternative schools that qualify, vet possible principal candidates through our Office of Financial Business Services, and finalize the process in accordance with legislative guidelines to ensure seamless implementation. This slide shares some results of implementation. All eligible districts, 47, representing 124 schools were contacted. 5 districts representing 22 schools declined. Since March of 2025, we have vetted 27 principals through the Office of Financial Business Services. 52% did not qualify. 30% were successfully placed at a qualifying school. 18% qualified but were not placed by the district. Districts may also request individualized information and brainstorming sessions during which we meet directly to answer questions and collaboratively explore how the program could be implemented within their local context. In the spring, outreach and communications are intentionally increased to support district recruitment efforts. Principals are organized into cohorts based on their entry into the program. This allows for consistent reporting. Program participation is concentrated in a small number of districts, with 32% of participating principals serving in Charlotte Meck and 26% in Winston-Salem, Forsyth. Across cohorts, at least half of participating principals have exceeded growth, resulting in the removal of the low-performing designation under our accountability model, a trend observed consistently in every year of program reporting. Leadership matters, as evidenced by one principal from an earlier cohort who is no longer receiving the supplement, but who has remained in place and whose school continues to demonstrate academic gains without reverting to low performance status. Conversations with eligible districts indicate that the biggest barrier to program participations are the limited flexibility in school selection and concerns over principals in similarly low performing schools being ineligible for the supplement due to statutory criteria. These constraints influence districts' decisions to participate. These recommendations are unchanged from those approved by the board last year and remain relevant based on continued implementation experience and district feedback. Based on implementation experience, the most significant potential improvement is recommendation number 3. This recommendation talks of expanding the definition of a qualifying school to include all low-performing schools under the definition based on general statute, which will give superintendents flexibility and better align with decisions they have to make when schools are deemed low-performing. That ends the presentation. What questions might I answer?
So thank you for this report. You can see this is another one of the programs where not all the money that's is available for a really important position, i.e. principal of a school in a district that is a challenging district, and is a lot of it's being unspent, yet those that are using it are getting some very good results. This was also reported on there. So this is something I would love to get some discussion on for a moment or two, in the sense that what are ways we can better maximize the use of these funds. I think recommendation 3 is the most important thing. And I have heard a number of superintendents comment on that is very constricting. If they could have greater flexibility, it would be very beneficial. So I specifically would throw out for comment, since we're talking about legislative change of non-monetary nature, that is not asking for more funds, but just asking for a different way to be able to use the funds, whether or not this should be one of our priorities. So I open the floor.
So I have a question. A question concerning under the recruitment effort slide, under phase 2, it said 5 districts declined. That was 22 schools. Can you share with us some of the reasons why?
So, thinking of those that declined, I have one superintendent that declined because, and I don't want to speak for him, but based on our conversations, it seems as if it is unfair that some principals in his district would receive this supplement when they're working directly beside another principal who is at a school, a low performing school, and they are not eligible. So that is one reason. And I've talked with that superintendent for a number of years, and that's what he shared. I had another superintendent, he waits for his school every year, and every year it's the same school. This district is in the West, so they don't have many schools in the bottom 5%, but he tells me he already has a plan for that school, and he has recently hired a principal, and he wants to give that principal time to succeed. So those are like 2 of the conversations that I have on a regular basis with superintendents.
Yes, Spears. I'll come over.
I think when we've talked about this before, I have these same questions. The timeline is a huge barrier to me because we find out September, whether or not we're a low performing school or whether or not we've exceeded growth. And so thinking about the flow of that, how's it supposed to really work? Like, when would that be principal? If I'm eligible this September, does this make me eligible next year based on this year's low performing? You see what I mean?
So when the state board approves the low performing list, the law says that the timeline begins in October. So the state board usually votes to approve in October. As soon as the Office of Accountability releases the list to me of those that are in the bottom 5%, because it's not all low performing schools that are eligible. So once they release that list, I make the contact. And yes, it could be considered a barrier because most of the superintendents say, well, Cynthia, I was supposed to move my principals. I had a timeline to do that. Most of them say we do that before school starts. So yes, I at this point, I am unable to use it because I've already made a principal change.
As a follow-up question, I do think that's a huge barrier. But as a follow-up question, so if a principal is eligible, they have to have exceeded growth in the previous year, previous 2 years.
They have to be paid on the exceeds list. And in order to be paid, and I know I'll see it, but in order to be paid on that is 2 out of 3 years achieving that. I pause so Alexis can give me the nod. Okay.
So I think this is an opportunity, though. Great point about no money with that, but also with reforming the principal pay plan. I mean, these things are interrelated factors because your variability as North Carolina principal depends on how you do with your students. And we often, although we have preliminary information, we don't know until the end. So I just think those are some things to consider.
Ms. Kamnitz and Ms. Jones.
I would agree with you, Vice Chair Duncan, that we probably should seriously consider not and removing as many barriers as we can that don't have any additional cost.
Ms. Jones.
I understand the feedback from the superintendents. I'm a bit confused by. I understand not wanting to pay people differently, but when those schools within the district are recurringly underperforming, at what point does it not become their option to refuse bringing in sound leadership? Like, I respect that superintendents have to run their district, but if you have the opportunity to bring in a highly effective principal and have it supplemented through a grant, at what point do we have to force people to do something differently for the benefit of our students? And that may not be I certainly know that's not a decision you can make, but just in that conversation, it has merit on its face that I want to treat everybody equally, but we work for kids. And at a certain point, that has to be the conversation that are we doing what's best for students, or are we making all the adults feel good in the room?
Thank you for that comment. Thank you for all the comments. And thank you for the report. So this will go to the legislature when next month we will consider sending it to the legislature. And so keep those recommendations in mind. And I know our legislative liaison was hastily jotting down notes, so that'll also be helpful. All right, we're now at 2 consent items. I'm afraid I'm going to speak on one of them. The BizOp 11 is a report to North Carolina General Assembly on school health personnel. And school health personnel, the need for them came up. And there's a couple of things about this report that I want to try to point out. If you look at the data collection method, it was one that used a combination of licensure and payroll data. And the non-certified salary report was used to provide information on non-certified school nurses that are not included in the certified salary report. The recommendation is, in the report, specifically asked for the difference in the number of school mental health personnel, quote, funded exclusively from the instructional support allotment in each local school administrative union, end quote. These personnel are now primarily funded through the school health personnel allotment. DPI recommends that the report be eliminated this time since data is available on expenditures from that allotment, effectively eliminating the difficulty of isolating these personnel from other instructional support personnel. I say all that to say, if you look at this report, we had a decline in this report from the number of school counselors, psychologists, school nurses, and social workers from the previous year in all categories based on the data used in this report. The question is, we are recommending that a different source be used for the data than what is set out in the statute. So I want to highlight just that part of it. It says it's an annual report, but there is a little bit of a different recommendation being made to be both, I think, more accurate and more informative. And so I recommend that to your. I know sometimes consent items don't get the same scrutiny other items do, but I do recommend that you look at this one carefully. Our final consent item is BizOp 12, with certification of North Carolina finance officers. And really a nice moment. We have 9 for certification this month, which is a really, really good moment. Have no questions on plan contracts reports and did not have any on monthly budget reports. So unless there's a question on either of those, we will mercifully wind up the BizOp committee report at 4:04, 11 minutes ahead of schedule.
Well, Vice Chair Duncan, despite starting 37 minutes late and having a 15-minute interruption, you have done it once again and gotten us back on schedule. In fact, ahead of schedule. Remains undefeated. Next up is the Strategic Planning Committee led by Ms. Caddy Moore and Ms. Kamnitz and Dr. Mason. Ms. Moore.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We've been having some trouble with the audio online. So as has been a part of the strategic planning process, the state board is getting quarterly updates from the state superintendent about the launch. I don't know if it's going to be Jeff Coltrane or Maria Petrie Martin who is presenting today, but we look forward to the quarterly update. So I'll turn it over to, and I don't know who's walking to the mic.
It looks like it's Mr. Coltrane.
Thank you.
It's actually a bunch of us, but I'm starting.
They're coming in waves.
They're coming in waves. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm excited to be back up here with you today. We're going to provide an update on actions that have launched over the course of the last quarter since the November board meeting. And we're going to do this in sort of a quick cadence. And so we're going to ask, if you can, to hold any questions until the end. We're going to highlight all of the actions very briefly, and then we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive on a handful of those actions to give you a little bit more information as we go. So we will get started. Of course, you remember that the strategic plan has 8 pillars and 110 actions spread out across those 8 pillars, all with the goal of making sure that by 2030, North Carolina has the best public school system in the nation. And we heard earlier today from our CT credentials that we are marching our way towards that best in nation goal. As of this month, 26 of the 110 actions in the strategic plan will have launched. And that includes 19 actions that have launched since our last quarterly update in November. In all, over the course of 2026, 69 actions will launch, so that by the end of 2026, 78 of the 110 actions in the strategic plan will be underway. That's a lot of work to get started. But I do have to say that the team here at DPI is doing a fantastic job of diving into this and really looking for ways to both build on the great work that they're doing, but also very exciting and innovative ways to do new things as we move forward. So we're going to, again, dive into some of the actions that have launched since our last quarterly update. In Pillar 1, we have 2 actions that launched in January. The first is around expanding high-quality pre-K and strengthening our kindergarten readiness work through our partnerships with DHHS and our PSUs. The other action is to provide PSUs with technical assistance for implementing career development plans so that all students graduate with a purposeful plan for their future. You heard a little bit about the career development plans this morning with the CTE presentation as well. In Pillar 2, the action that is launching this month is a state board task force to develop a licensure model that's more transparent and includes multiple pathways into the profession. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jordan and Mr. Fafaria to give you an update, a deeper dive update on where that one stands.
Thank you, Jeff. Board members, advisors, on behalf of Superintendent Green, we are here actually to request that you launch this action item. And specifically request that the chair establish an educator licensure and advancement task force in support of two shared goals. One, that every student in North Carolina has access to a highly effective teacher who can help them reach their full potential and graduate prepared for what comes next. And two, that we revere our educators. That goal is foundational to our strategic plan and to the long-term success of our public schools. But achieving it requires us to confront a problem we have known about for decades. Lou, next slide. So data and experience tell us the same story. Many educators feel undervalued, undersupported, and constrained by systems that were not designed for today's workforce or today's students. At the same time, testing barriers, licensure, complexity, and administrative burden have discouraged talented candidates from entering and remaining in the profession. Educators are the single most important in-school factor for student success. If we want different outcomes for students, we must be willing to redesign the experience for educators from recruitment to preparation to advancement and to long-term retention. And so I'll turn it over now to my partner in this work, Dr. Derek Jordan.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the charge of the proposed task force is to bring to the state board a coherent, forward-looking set of recommendations to modernize the North Carolina's educator licensure and advancement framework so that it supports recruitment and retention, recognizes professional growth and expertise, creates meaningful advancement pathways without forcing educators out of the classroom, and aligns with our strategic plan and the state's workforce needs. At a high level, we envision the work unfolding in two phases. Phase 1 would focus on licensure itself, examining barriers, reviewing models from other states, and developing a clear theory of action and a streamlined, more transparent licensure framework. So in other words, having fewer than 10 people to answer a question. Phase 2 would focus on advancement, exploring how North Carolina can better recognize expertise, expand leadership roles such as mentoring and coaching, and create pathways that reward impact, service in high-need schools, and professional growth over time. Throughout this work, the task force will be supported by an internal DPI working group and an external facilitator, with the task force serving as the decision-making body at each major milestone. Importantly, what you see before you is a design without predetermined scope or outcome. We are intentionally proposing a somewhat flexible structure because the work itself must be shaped by the collective expertise of educators, preparation programs, district leaders, policymakers, and other stakeholders. Convening the task force is the essential first step. The scope, priorities, and sequencing should be refined through shared understanding and agreement once the group is assembled.
And so today's request is simple, but we believe consequential, that the chair establish this task force so the board can receive thoughtful, field-informed recommendations on how to modernize licensure and advancement in a way that truly serves educators and in turn the students of North Carolina. Thank you.
All right. In Pillar 3, the action that has launched since November is to identify ways to develop translations of DPI resources based on student demographics. Again, to make sure that our students and families have access to the resources that are available here at DPI, depending on their native language. And I am going to turn it over now to Dr. Petrie Martin, who's going to guide you through the actions in Pillars 4, 5, and 6.
Good afternoon. I do have the honor of leading off with a team of 3 individuals with me today. Ashley McBride, who is our section chief for digital learning, Sean Kellogg, who is our senior director for research and promising practices, and Michael Marr, who is our chief accountability officer. So, as was stated, we will give a quick highlight of some key actions under Pillars 4, 5, and 6. As you know, Pillar 4 is ensuring healthy, safe, and secure learning environments. And we will kick off with focus area 1 and 2 actions, one in which we are ensuring a safe school environment, and the second focus area, which is improving student and staff health and well-being. And the focus we will start with is digital learning.
Good afternoon. So for our first one, the P4F2A1 for the call number, which is our digital balance and social media project, we are establishing statewide guidance for device distraction and responsible use. This will include screen time guidance. We are also developing and releasing student-facing micro-credentials and a teacher support school toolkit, which I'll talk more about here momentarily. And then we're also developing and releasing a parent toolkit. For our safe and secure online learning environments, these kind of fall over each other. Don't move yet. We're establishing statewide guidance for secure online learning. This is going to be overarching. And then we are providing professional learning and instructional supports for secure online instruction, and then providing some more professional learning and supports for technology teams specifically. You can go to the next one. Thank you. So our next steps, starting with that digital balance and social media. As I said, we currently have about 100 educators across the state who are working on micro-credentials that are student-facing. These will be specifically aligned with House Bill 959. And these will be things that students can actually go not just learn, but also they have to demonstrate mastery of the skills that are listed in House Bill 959. One of the things we didn't want to see is videos being the main driver of that meeting that compliance for House Bill 959. So instead, these student-facing micro-credentials will not only provide resources for teachers to have lesson plans and actually put them inside of their curriculum, but will also have activities for students to demonstrate that mastery. In addition to that, we hope to release those. We will release those in April of this year, which will give school districts April, May, June, July, and August to really sit down, look at them, and see how they're going to implement them with their students. In addition to that, we are doing the statewide guidance on screen time. We have put together for both of these action plans a feedback group. We're calling them a task force, but after they called their thing a task force, it's not exactly identical. So we're going to call it a feedback group. So we have 98 educators from around the state representing all 8 regions, representing principals, district leaders. We also have some partners like ISTE and COSIN who are also a part of this feedback loop. We have already put a very drafty draft of the screen time guidance in front of this group and gotten a lot of really good feedback, and we're going to sit back and we're going to do a lot of reworking on that. And then those are basically the 2 big things. We're hoping to release that in September. All right, on to the next one. So this is safe and secure online learning. We are taking this coming month in February, that same feedback group is going to be looking at our our digital online learning safety overview, like a framework. It will be a framework. And this framework, we're going to put it right under our digital learning plan. So they're looking at our digital learning plan right now, our state's digital learning plan that was adopted in 2022. And then we are looking at our cybersecurity, so all of those technology pieces and the safety that goes around that. We're also looking at teacher and principal and student understanding of what they need to do to be cyber safe, and working along in virtual, blended, and all of those learning environments, even when they're in the classroom working online. So we're working on a framework design for that, and then we are working on that feedback from the task force with a goal on trying to have that published framework or revamping of that framework overarchingly with our digital learning plan in the fall, in August. Thank you.
Our next action, which is still under Pillar 4, ensuring healthy, safe, and secure learning environments, goes into Focus Area 2, which is improving school and staff health and well-being. And this one is a focus on chronic absenteeism.
All right, well, good afternoon. Well, I have the privilege of introducing an action item that I think is of critical importance to achieving all the goals of the strategic plan, to be perfectly honest, and that is reducing chronic absenteeism. For those of you not familiar, chronic absenteeism is defined as missing 10% of more days enrolled in school during the school year. If you can go you're already there. Good job. Attendance Counts, that's the name of our initiative that we're going to be launching later this month. Ultimately, its goal is to help schools and districts reduce chronic absenteeism through research, through sharing effective practices and resources, and through a statewide communications campaign. So why attendance counts? Why the initiative? Well, during the 2024-25 school year, we had nearly 400,000 students who were chronically absent. That's roughly 25% of kids, 1 in 4 kids, who missed a month or more of school. One of the aspects that I think makes attendance counts unique is that, and potentially very powerful, to be honest, is that our focus is going to be on elevating and building upon what schools are already doing well, particularly those schools that have been very effective at reducing chronic absenteeism over the past few years. We also have a number of partners engaged in this work, some with deep expertise in helping states reduce chronic absenteeism. If you can go to the next slide, I'll talk about next steps. Later this month, we will be publicly launching our Attendance Hub. This is going to be our online home for a growing collection of attendance resources and tools. This includes data analyses and products that my office and other partners that we're working with are doing for supporting schools and districts in addressing chronic absenteeism. We're also going to be working with DPI's communication team to help raise awareness of the issue across the state, although I'm sure many schools and districts are already aware of this issue, but also to surface solutions that schools have found to be successful at addressing this issue. And some of the work, honestly, that I'm most excited about is for the coming year is learning from these successful schools, these sort of bright spot schools that have been very successful in reducing chronic absenteeism, learning from them and then figuring out what they're doing that's so effective and helping other schools translate that into their own practice. And if you can go to our last slide. While I noted earlier the sort of extent and severity of the challenge of chronic absenteeism in North Carolina, I did want to highlight that we have a lot of schools across the state that have been very successful at reducing chronic absenteeism. As shown on this map, we have over 300 public schools that have reduced chronic absenteeism by 50% or more since 2022. That's not a small number of schools, and that's not an insignificant reduction in chronic absenteeism. This interactive tool, this is just a screenshot, obviously, of the tool, this and the guide that goes with it, and a number of other things that we're going to be developing over the course of the year. We're going to be adding these to our attendance hub. And finally, honestly, our ambitious goal for 2030 is to put every single school in North Carolina on this map. Thank you.
So that concludes our updates for Pillar 4. Moving on to Pillar 5, which is optimizing operational excellence. This pillar is very much internal to the work of NCDPI and improving the work that we are doing here as a staff. So when you take a look at the first action that is listed here, it is under Focus Area 1, which is improving services to our stakeholders. You will see that this is a goal to meet the federal ADA digital accessibility deadline. Our Chief Communications Officer, Mark DeSauer, is the project lead for this action. And during the months of February and March, we will be scanning our website, taking an inventory of what is on our websites. And then we have points of contact in all of our offices to take a look at the inventory of items and really determine things that need to be retired, converted, archived, or remediated to meet the federal deadline. Also, we are doing monthly check-ins with staff to ensure that we're staying on track. So that is information for the first action listed. The second action is under Focus Area 2 of Pillar 5, and this is to improve collaboration and communication across DPI offices. When you take a look at the second action that is listed, which is to establish an intra-agency working group to identify and address barriers to operational consistency, collaboration, and communication across offices. The goal of this action is really to bring a group of leaders in our building together to help us create tools, products, and a process to improve consistency in our work. I am honored to serve as a co-lead for this action with our internal auditor, Jeannie Russo, and we have 8 leaders here in the building who serve on this work group. And our first meeting was on January 26th, where we started to prioritize our work. We will be meeting monthly, and we will be able to provide updates on our work to the cabinet and directors in the building. But at the end of the day, the final recommendations will come to our state superintendent for approval in the hopes of bringing consistency to how we do our work. And then the last action that we have listed here is also under Focus Area 2 of Pillar 5, and this is to reestablish the NCDPI Agency Roundtable to monitor collaboration and communication with our PSUs. Those of you who have been around DPI for a while remember we once had an agency roundtable. Our goal is to reestablish that roundtable so that we can redesign our internal communication protocols to serve our PSUs better. This is under the leadership of Dr. Monique Felder and Dr. Stacy Wilson Norman. And we have already started to analyze our current communication practices and structures here in the building. We also plan on developing a governance framework, the membership for this roundtable, and protocols with the goal of launching all of these monthly meetings in the next 3 months. So that is a brief overview of these actions under Pillar 5. Under Pillar 6, we have two actions that we will be highlighting today. The first one, I'll just give you a very brief highlight. Our goal here is to enhance interim assessments that are aligned to the North Carolina Standard Course Study, then to promote multiple measures beyond standardized assessments and provide PSUs with the resources to increase progress monitoring using assessment data. So we have a team, and this is being co-led by two offices here in the department. Dr. Kinge Mabella, the acting director for the Office of Testing, and Dr. Christy Day, who is with the Office of Teaching and Learning. The goal for this action is really to strengthen the use and the impact of interim assessments. So currently, the project team is reviewing the current use of our interim assessments across the state. Then we need to define the scope of what it would look like to enhance those interim assessments. And then we'd like to conduct PSU focus groups to really understand what their needs are across the state when it comes to interim assessments. So we are just starting this work, but we're very excited about this work to inform instruction. And at this point, I will turn it over to our Chief Accountability Officer to discuss our Innovation Leadership Council, which we're also calling ILC.
Good afternoon again. All right, so this work, the Cross-Sector Innovation Leadership Council is being jointly led by Dr. Kellogg, Dr. Petrie Martin, and myself. And so this is a statewide initiative that we are going to use to help identify, vet, and elevate some of the strategic plan initiatives. So essentially, why do we need this? Well, it gives us an opportunity to identify what is working in schools inside of that local context and then accelerate some of that work across the state. It'll be composed of educators from PSUs, charter schools, lab schools, and then researchers from IHEs throughout the state. So we have tremendous research capacity in North Carolina. It's one of the real advantages of being in the state. So leveraging that to help us think about the ways in which we can adapt practices within settings and then expand it. What success looks like. It ends up being innovations that are evidence-based and usable by PSUs across North Carolina to help improve outcomes. And our immediate next steps. So we are currently working on identifying and recruiting the group of members to serve on the ILC. We will release an annual innovation practices call. So looking for the kinds of initiatives that we want to elevate and promote. Review, select, and elevate those practices, which then goes into the evaluation. So developing a rubric, evaluating the practices, and then finally scaling those across North Carolina. So it gives us a process to be really intentional about how do we continue to improve public schools. And I think you've heard a little bit of that today with some of the other presentations. So thanks for.
So that concludes updates on some of our actions for pillars 4, 5, and 6. And at this time, I will turn it over to our Chief Communications Officer, Mark Sauer.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're at the end of the strategic plan right here, the launches, as the actions that have been launching, pillars 7 and 8. And what you've heard in the first 6 that have gone through is really like a fine-tuned engine, the car. It is moving us to that end goal of being best in the nation. What you see, 7 and 8 are a little different. It's the music we're playing on the radio. It's getting people excited about what's happening. It's getting other people to start playing the same song. So as I'm going to go through here, I'm going to talk a little bit about the actions we have here, but I'm going to show you what it looks like a little bit. I'm not going to sing that song. Just be aware. And we might have that shut down again, right? What we have right here is in the first action launched in December, engaging, aligning, and supporting PSU communication staff, to align communication efforts that celebrate public education. And this is working with superintendents and with the fantastic PIOs that are out there. We've had quarterly calls, we've opened up office hours, but we're really tailoring our engagement with them and supporting their abilities. Some have large teams, some of them are also superintendents there to help support and make it easier that when we start talking about these initiatives, they can also echo it. As you can see in the second action there, working with education partners on statewide communication efforts. This is aligning, and we're working with other groups out there to align. We had a conference call where we had over 90 education nonprofit organizations from across the state, a little bit there, across the state to really, we're sharing blog posts with them. We're lifting up their stories, but we're getting them aligned on the same messaging and at the same time of year. And this is working hand in hand with developing and testing comprehensive public education messaging. There's been some great messaging and research done in the state. You've seen it with NCASA. You've seen it through other groups that have worked there on public education champions. And we're building upon that, and again, building that louder song that's out there, or drumbeat, but we're also getting more voices. And you'll see this throughout pillars 7 and 8 as we're adding more and more. That's the network that's here. So as we have this network plugged in, what does it look like? We need that content. We need that song sheet. So we launched Find Your Fit, Build Your Future. This is something that is new, that's come out there. We launched it during School Choice Week to talk about choice within North Carolina's excellent public schools. It's not just that we are a choice, but look at all the choices within there. And so it's a 6-week initiative. It ends on March 6th. We're focusing on different pathways. We're lifting up different voices, and we're engaging different folks. The Teachers of the Year, Principal of the Years have been fantastic in also broadcasting and adding more to this. You can see we've got some great graphics. And on the next slide, you can see what the schedule looks like. It's celebrating choice in that first week. This week, we're talking about Future Ready, Early College, NC College Connect. We're lifting up all the statistics that people don't know about, all the options that are there. Next week, we'll be celebrating CTE. We've got a lot to celebrate, as you've heard today. February 16th, Global Learning, that's virtual, and the world languages here. The 23rd through 27th is really special. It's celebrating student supports, all of the people that are there, all the programs, individuals that are working to support our students within our public schools. And then we close, because March is Arts Month, with arts and innovation and lifting up those areas. So you can see this is a drumbeat that we're bringing in voices, and we're getting this across the state. We've shared toolkits, messaging, social media, a content calendar with everybody. We're doing school visits with the superintendent and other individuals across the state. We're building this regular cadence, and this is something that's going to be happening every year. In fact, we're going to be doing it 4 times a year on different topics, and this is a very important to reach out and engage others and lift their voices. This is that drumbeat that we're going to be hearing about public schools. You can see the graphics for each one. And now to the next. Now we move over to Pillar 8. So we get people excited. We're talking about it, but how do we really get that engagement? It's not just our voices and not just the stories that we're sharing, but it's an activity that's really going to engage everybody across the state. And that is the 10 Million Book Challenge. We'll be launching this in August. You'll be hearing more. We're starting the planning right here. This is 10 million books for each North Carolina public school student to read. Not 10 million each. That's in summary. Just when it can breathe now. But this is something that we're going to have sports teams, we're going to have celebrities, we're going to have each one of you. What is your 10 books that you're going to be reading? This is something that no other state has done. And this is that sticky factor that gets people excited, that brings people into their schools. And when a family steps into a school, they fall in love. We know that from the research. Local public schools, this is something which people defend fiercely. And with this, it's more than just the local schools. It's the district, it's the region, it's the state, and what we're doing here with 10 million books. So stay tuned. I'm going to ask each one of you what your 10 books will be for that year. We'll get that list, and maybe you might do a book reading or two. All right. We're galvanizing, we're electrifying, and we're celebrating excellence within North Carolina Public Schools. And those are pillars 7 and 8. We'll open up to questions now. Jeff.
So let me just thank everyone for their presentations, for contributing to, I don't know if you have anything else to say, but since I'm online, I wanted to ask one of my co-chairs, Ms. Kamnitz, if she would mind fielding and managing any questions that are coming up.
Of course, I'd be happy to.
Thanks.
Your questions.
Sorry, thank you. I had one question. I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back. I took a lot of notes. This is all very, very good. But for the statewide, oh gosh, so the task force that was relating to the screen time or the digital well-being, or not the task force, but called the task.
Call it a feedback group today.
Feedback group. So I think I thought the topic was very, very good. And I saw there were going to be educators and talked about educators, but are y'all also planning on engaging students?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's hard to get students on virtually. So sometimes what we've done in the past when we did our digital learning plan, whenever we engage students in that work, we actually had teachers do live interviews with their students and gather those interview questions for feedback cycles so we could get more students, if that makes sense. So if every person, we have 99 people on that feedback group, if every person did 3 kids, then we're looking at approximately 300 students being interviewed for that material.
And I really appreciate that, because I think for students, they would be very grateful to have the say in that development of that material, because it's something they're very passionate in.
Yes.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have to say that I think you've just proven to us that we have the capacity to make these changes internally amongst ourselves. And I'm so optimistic, and this is really exciting. I thank everyone on behalf of Ms. Moore. I guess she probably would say the same thing. And Janet, Dr. Mason, but thank you all for this work, and we look forward to working with you and continuing to move this on and head towards the number 1. So thank you. Ms. Moore, anything?
So certainly, as we wrap up this particular item, I do want to be sure to just say thank you to all of the folks who have been working on all of the projects that have launched or are launching. This is a lot of work. I know it is. I know our team has been putting in a lot of hours to make this happen. And I just want to express my sincere appreciation to all of my colleagues for the incredible work that you're doing, because this isn't as though we were not doing anything. We already had full plates, and yet it's been amazing to see how our team has taken on even more work and doing it quite well. I also want to recognize some partners. I won't call any names, but do want to recognize, various partners who are also working with our team to help with the implementation of various projects as well. And there will be more partners that I'm sure will be joining us to do this work, because as I've said, as often as I can, this is North Carolina's strategic plan. And so this is not a plan where folks get to just watch others. we all must be involved in this work. And so look forward to additional partnerships as we go forward as well. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Moore, anything else from the Strategic Planning Committee?
That will be all. That concludes our work for this month.
Well, that is a great way to end a most fulfilling day. Superintendent, the last time your team shows you could feel the energy. This is like somebody used a car analogy. My grandfather was a railroad engineer, so this is a train, and there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the train last month. This thing's moving forward, and trains don't stop. They just pick up momentum and keep on rolling, and we're on that train with you. All right.
That's good.
So that does conclude our work for the day. Thank you so much for truly a fulfilling day. At this time, we'll move into closed session. I need a motion for closed session, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I move that we go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Sections 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Sections 115C-319 and 3-321 and North Carolina General Statute Section 132-6.1C et sec. And to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of public officers or employees or prospective public officers or employees, and to consult with our attorneys in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the public body, including a discussion of the following pending cases: Dalton versus Green, Isaacs versus State Board of Education, Smith versus Superintendent, AB versus Rising Leaders Academy Charter Schools and DPI, Lee versus NCDPI, LP versus State Board of Education, US versus Halifax County Board of Education. And I note that's Eastern District of North Carolina, as was the Lee case. California versus Nome, that's in the District Court in Massachusetts, and Maryland versus U.S. Department of Education, that's in the Federal District Court in Maryland.
Motion by Vice Chair Duncan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Keenan. Mr. Fafaria.
Dr. Oxendine? Ms. Camnitz?
Yes.
Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Dr. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Blackburn?
Yes.
Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes, motion carries. Let's be in closed session at 5 p.m. We will return tomorrow morning promptly at 9 a.m., but will not come back into open session this afternoon. Have a good evening.